want to welcome everyone to the League of Women Voters Forum for Clay County and Moorhead. We want to thank the library for providing us with this really wonderful space to host the forum, and we want to thank MCAM for recording for us. The forum will be broadcast later on Moorhead Public Access, and it will also be available on the League of Women Voters website if you would like to watch it again. A little information about the League of Women Voters. The League is a nonpartisan political organization. And we are devoted to educating the community and the public around civic issues, and part of that being the candidates forums that we have for both Clay County, Moorhead, and Fargo, and Cass County. So today we're going to start out the day with the forum for the county commissioners and the county sheriff. And hopefully everyone has gone around and gotten the cards, and if you would like to ask a question, you can just write that down on the card. If it is specific to either the commission or the sheriff candidates, please write that down on your card so I know who to direct the question to. And do we have a timer? For the, each candidate will be allowed 2 minutes introduction, introducing statement, and I think until we get an official timer, 1 minute, Les says 1 minute. I can actually time you guys while you do your introduction. And then how we'll do it is John Everett, you can start us out for the introduction. We'll just go down the line, and then when we take the first question, that will go to Jenny Mojo. Oh, okay. So Les will do the timing, so he'll watch him for, stop signals. There you go. I think he's coming around. Okay, there we go. All right, John Everett, if you would start us off.
Sure. Hi, I'm John Everett. I'm John Everett. I'm a resident of Alliance Township, about 5 miles from Comstock. I have farmed most of my life, as well as operating a certified seed plant and being a farm advocate and rural advocate in northwest and west central Minnesota. I've been a county commissioner for the last 20 years and thoroughly enjoy it. I have a wife and 4 children, adult children, and 7 grandchildren. And my wife and I still live on our family farm in Alliance Township.
Hello, thank you for coming today. My name is Jenny Mojo. I am running for District 3 County Commission. I am running because I think it's important that my generation steps up and takes their place in county leadership, and so I'm excited for this opportunity. I was born and raised Rustad in Kurtz Township. I'm a Moorhead High School graduate. I have an Associate of Arts degree, and I also have training as a certified nurse's aide. I would appreciate your vote and look forward to this discussion.
Hello, my name is Kevin Campbell. I am a county commissioner for the last 12 years. My wife and I live in Oakport Township, which is soon to become part of the city, that portion of Oakport Township. I served on the Oakport Town Board for 12 years before running for office for the county commission, and I have served on the county board for the last 12 years. And I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I do want to thank the League of Women Voters and the library for hosting this.
Thank you. My name's Al Gordon. I am a candidate for District 4 County Commission. I would like to thank the League of Women Voters for hosting this, the library, Mr. Bakke. A little bit about my background. I have a 4-year business administration degree with emphasis in accounting, law enforcement. I have experiences in just about every level of government, city, local, county, state, federal. I'm running here today because I've been throughout the county, and over the last 12 years, the people of the county just don't feel that they've been represented to their true feelings and what they believe in. So I'm here to give the people of Clay County a choice. I'm here to give the people the voting people choices that they haven't had in 12 years. and I believe that I've qualified, I'm experienced, and I'm ready for the job. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bill Berquist, the Sheriff of Clay County. I want to thank the people for having us here today. Just a little bit about me. I worked in the city of Glendon, Dilworth Police Departments. I was a loss prevention manager for the Holiday Corporation. I was a Moorhead officer for 14 years. 12 of those I was the DARE officer, and I was also on the SWAT team as a negotiator. During the 12 years as sheriff, I've been actively involved in all aspects of law enforcement administration. I've had the opportunity to be on the board of the Minnesota Sheriff's Association. At one time, I was their president. I'm also on 3 advisory board areas for local law enforcement educating facilities. As the sheriff, I obviously have a lot of administrative deals that I do, but one of my favorite things is getting out and talking to the people in the county. I do many presentations every week, from our youth all the way through to the senior citizens. We have a group of what we call the Triad Club, which every community has a monthly meeting. We go to those meetings and discuss issues with them or any issues they may have. So, and thank you for having us.
I'm Ryan Alderman. I'm a candidate for Clay County Sheriff. I've got 20 years experience as a Clay County Sheriff. I've also worked in the cities of Dilworth, Glendon, and Holly when I was starting out. I think Clay County is ready for a change. Sheriff Berquist has had 12 years to accomplish his goals in the job of sheriff. I offer new leadership, new ideas, and new goals. I'd reach out to our new American and ethnic communities to foster public safety and develop trust. I would take a more active role in our domestic violence court that we have in Clay County. And I would also work with the schools to develop some curriculum to help our kids prepare for the pitfalls that are associated with social media and electronic communications. I think Clay County's ready for a change, and with your help, I'd like to make that happen.
Thank you. I'd like to remind the audience, if you have questions, just raise up your card and someone, one of the league members will come around and pick it up for you and get it to the moderator. So for our first question, we'll start with Jenny Mojo. Unless, how much time do they have to respond? 1 minute to respond. All right, so the first question is, with the large amount of state programs administered at the county level, what experience do you have with understanding the financial cost sharing between the state and county programs?
Thank you. I think as a county, it's very important for us to work hand in hand with the state. There are great programs that many of our citizens take part in. I and my husband and I have also taken part in some of those programs throughout the years. I think that I have a fiscal responsibility that gives me the qualification to work hard for these programs. I also feel like I would be a good advocate for the community members to listen to them and find out what programs are important to them and how we can work together to keep those funded.
Thank you. To Kevin Campbell.
Yeah, that's a good question. There, in the cooperation with the county and the state, there are many state programs that are administered through the county. And through a cost share process, it can depend on the ability to provide more services. So, for example, we have county staff in the Health and Human Services Department that deal with the state and deal with our citizens on different issues. Depending on the amount of time that they work with them, we establish revenue that we gain through the state of Minnesota. So the county receives revenue from the state of Minnesota, which then helps us to further provide services to the people that need them in our county.
All right, Al Gordon.
Thank you. Yes, I'm aware of the pass-through money that comes through to the state or the county of Clay County. Clay County levies about $23–24 million a year through its taxes, and with the pass-through money, you know, you're up towards about $100 million. Now, it's very good to be a partner with the state and to provide the services you need. But also with that, you have to take in consideration the dollars that you have to put in compared to what the state puts in, and how in the future, if you can continue to fund these programs that you start. Again, there's many good programs. There's many good programs that can be funded through the county, and there's just some that simply cannot be afforded that we have to turn down. But it is important to be a partner with the state, and I would be glad to do so, to advocate for that.
Thank you. To Bill Berquist.
I guess I thought it was only for the commissioner. Sorry about that.
Well, I think if you guys just want to do the best you can, we don't want to leave you out of any questions if you have a response.
Gotcha. Well, obviously, as a sheriff's office, we work with the state officials quite a bit, with our law enforcement people. Another thing that we have done in the past is Cass County in North Dakota and Clay County in Minnesota have all got together, and we share resources from every emergency system that we have, from fire departments to the rescue squads and other law enforcement. So it's been very good for us that, you know, not every department has to go buy that most expensive equipment, because we are willing to share. And we also have the joint dispatch center that's been working very well for us. And again, it brought us all together and gets a chance for us to get to know all law enforcement in our community.
Thank you. Ryan Alderman.
I've actually been out to Washington, D.C. with the Minnesota Police Officers Association, and we've lobbied to our congressional delegation for law enforcement specific dollars. There's a burn grant that funds a lot of the drug task force. There's a Violence Against Women Act that puts money towards domestic violence issues and women's safety. And I think we need to do more advocacy at the state level and the federal level to get those monies coming in.
To John Everett.
Well, it's a vitally important part of the way we do government in Minnesota. The state, most of the responsibility for programs is with the state, but the county is the one that carries them out and fulfills the state's obligation. So the cost sharing is a very important thing. One of the frustrations for county government is that many times there are things mandated that we need to do that do not have funds coming with them. And that's one of the great frustrations that counties are wrestling with, is taking care of these mandates without the ability or the money to do it. So we have to raise our funds locally to do that in many cases. But overall, it's a very positive system in that in most cases the money does come with it to carry out our programs, and the county has done a good job of fulfilling that responsibility.
Thank you. So the next question will start with Kevin Campbell, and this one is directed just towards the commissioner candidates, and that is, how well is the county providing services to help low-income families escape poverty?
Well, and again, that goes to both the combination of what we do at the county level and the state level. We need to work hand in hand between the county and the state to obtain the necessary funds to help with these issues. Can you read the question again?
Oh, certainly. How well is the county providing services to help low-income families escape poverty?
Yeah, our numbers are on the rise. If you were to go back and look, we are putting more and more emphasis and more dollars into that. And of course, again, it's with a cost share with the state of Minnesota. It's a problem that's very difficult to tackle. It seems like every time you start to get a handle on it, new ones come in, and it. But I think we're doing what we can and working with. There's the issue going on now with places for them to live too is another key issue.
Thank you. To Al Gordon.
Thank you. Well, right now, Clay County is actually in a pretty good situation. We're about in the middle of the pack as far as the state of Minnesota. We have about 11.4% poverty in the county. Now, with the county being in a strong economic position right now, I'll have to disagree with Commissioner Campbell as far as that being on the rise. It actually has been on the decrease over the last couple of years with the economics that the county has shown as far as the growth. So I think that the county is doing a good job. I think that we'll continue to support the underprivileged, and we'll continue to do a good job with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. To John Everett.
One of the great things about serving the underprivileged and the low-income folks in the state is that we have many private partnerships. We contract with a lot of nonprofits that do much of the work for us, and that's been a very positive arrangement because we're able to reach out from many different angles to help our people. It's a continual problem. We think we've done well, and we're meeting needs as they come along, but there's always more needs than resources. So it's something that'll continue to be something we have to do, and we will, I think, in the county do the best we can and do a good job of it.
Thank you. To Jenny Mojo.
Thank you. I was raised in a family that put a high priority on public service and serving the community, and I think that I would take that to the county commission to help that. I do feel that the county is doing a pretty good job when it comes to providing and assisting those in low-income socioeconomic statuses. I feel like our public health programs are essential to raising healthy children in our schools and keeping people healthy. Our community is only as strong as people who are struggling. So as a community, it's important to reach out and support these people. I think housing assistant programs are really important as well, to where people don't have to worry so much about getting the roof over their heads, and they can focus their energy on their jobs and contributing to the communities.
All right, thank you. So the next question is not directed to a specific group, so we'll have everyone answer it, starting with Al Gordon. And that is, what are your thoughts on the diversion and its effect on Clay County?
I never thought this would come up today. No, as we all know, the diversion has been a real topic of discussion over the last few years, and you know, there's been a lot of time on it and a lot of Commissioner Campbell's time on it, and no matter which way of the diversion you sit, you know, the man should be thanked for that, and the county should be thanked for their input in this. However, I am an opponent of the current diversion plan. I don't believe that this is the only plan that will save Clay County, Fargo, the surrounding area. I believe in upstream, downstream, basin-wide retention. I don't believe in taking farmland out of Clay County when we were the 4th county in the state with the economics as far as the agriculture. I believe there's other ways. It's been shown that there's other ways. It's a matter of how we want to do it, whether or not the federal government has to be involved, and whether or not we're going to look out after Clay County residents and not Fargo residents. Thank you.
Thank you. To Bill Berquist.
Actually, before you go, that question is really a difficult question. I think we ought to give the candidates a little extra time.
Okay, certainly. Al Gordon, since you only had the minute, do you feel that?
He had a little over.
Oh, okay. All right. Should we do 2 minutes for this one? Okay. All right. So to Bill Berquist.
Well, I guess I haven't, really thought about it, to kind of leave it up for the commissioners to do that. But, I have talked to people, and I truly understand the peoples whose land is going to be taken away is, that was something tough. And they always say, well, if it's not in your backyard, it's a little easier to, to do it. But I guess my thought was, I wish, everything like all the DNR, they're still waiting for that to get completed. That I wish they would have waited till it was all completed, so we didn't have to have this stuff going back and forth. So.
All right, to Ryan Alderman.
Kind of on the same lines as Sheriff Berquist there. I've worked numerous floods over the years with my duties with the Clay County Sheriff's Office. Moorhead has done a fantastic job. protecting the city of Moorhead. However, the county board and the states decide to cooperate and agree on this. If there's any laws that go into effect relating to the diversion, I guess as sheriff, I would work at enforcing the laws as they're written.
All right, thank you. To John Everett.
Well, this certainly is a very, very important issue for the county and for for my community. Excuse me. In the 20 years that I've served on the county board, this is by far the most difficult issue that I've had to face and the most controversial. We definitely need flood protection for the cities of Fargo and Moorhead. And even with all of the work that Moorhead has done and the good shape it's in compared to what it was a number of years ago, we still need a major project, and the diversion seems to be the project that at least all the engineers feel is the most viable. I do still maintain that there needs to be further research to find other ways to make the diversion work without flooding out my community. And I've said that from the beginning, and I continue to maintain that we need to continue studying it. I trust that the DNR report will come out and show this as well, that there needs to be other looks at other opportunities and other possibilities to make this project work without destroying much of our community.
Thank you. To Jenny Mojo.
Thank you. I've had the privilege of traveling the county and visiting with neighbors on this issue over the past few months. And one thing that rings true to everyone, whether it be from Moorhead or Comstock or Barnesville or Hawley, people want to be heard. And I will provide a strong voice for those people. I'll be an advocate for those people. I feel like the diversion is a great solution. However, there are flaws. And it's important that everyone comes back to the table. Sometimes it's okay to say, we've made a mistake, we've skipped a few steps, and we need to reevaluate. My great-great-grandfather is buried in a cemetery in Comstock, and that cemetery has never seen water. So I don't believe that it's important to flood these areas in order to save areas that have seen water in the past. I will work strongly, listen, and advocate for our county.
Thank you. And to Kevin Campbell.
All right, well, as Mr. Gordon has stated, I have been involved with this since 2009. And after 2009, after we almost lost both of our communities, a group was established, and it turned out to be that it was Clay County, Cass County, Fargo, and Moorhead. And when we were working with our state and federal legislatures, they all came to us and said, you are going to have to come up with a mutual plan, agreeable plan between your government entities. We did that. We came up with a plan that can protect Fargo and Moorhead and this region's economic future, and that is through a diversion. And I know there's been comments by some local legislatures, but these local legislatures have also come out and said that they do believe that Fargo-Moorhead needs a diversion. When we get into the controversial parts, if you look back to the past, it was originally going to have all the impacts on the northern part of our county and going all the way up to Canada. There was to be over 4,000 structures impacted by that plan. By changing the plan and creating a staging and storage area south, we brought the number of structures potentially in harm's way from 4,000 into the hundreds. The latest plan that we have now, once we're able to protect the areas like Comstock and Bakke and Hickson, we're down to 50-some structures that will need to have something done, whether it's a buyout or what have you. Am I still open to other possibilities? Yes, but they need to have the engineering and technical background to support it. It just can't be theories.
Thank you. So for the next two questions, since we are now starting with Bill Berquist, we have two that are directed just towards the sheriff's candidates. So Bill Berquist, for your starting question, what do you feel is the highest priority or unmet need facing Clay County regarding the sheriff's department?
I think one of them is over the years, a lot of the state hospitals have been closing, and we're having a big issue of people with mental health issues. And what's happening is law enforcement come into them, and the only place they can take them is to a jail. A jail is not a place that we want our mental illness people to be in. So we've been already started with the legislators trying to find out a good fix for this, but again, they're not going to get the help that they need, and obviously we can't just keep bringing them to the emergency room. That doesn't work either. So that's something that we really have to work hard at. Another thing is it seems like every so many years now our radio system has to be replaced, which is, I just don't get it. But it's millions and millions of dollars, and we just did it, and now they tell us that our stuff is no good and it's garbage and we need to throw it away. So that'll be another big challenge.
Thank you. Ryan Alderman.
Can you give me the question again, please?
What is the highest priority or unmet need facing the Clay County regarding the Sheriff's Department?
I think the sheriff's office can do better at addressing crimes against women and just the personal crimes of violence that have been occurring recently. I work at the courthouse. A lot of assaults, domestic assaults, sexual assaults are being processed through our courts. We have to work better at education and prevention. And if I could take a moment to address the mental health issues. I think mental health issues are a drain on the system. I don't think they're a major problem in Clay County right now. There's crisis intervention training that is available to officers, which trains them how to identify and respond to persons that are dealing with mental health crisis. And I think that training needs to be expanded through our department.
Thank you. So Mr. Alderman, for your question that you will start with, the Clay County Jail is currently overcrowded. We are sending prisoners to other facilities. What do you see as a solution or multiple solutions to this problem?
I believe we're shipping out about 15 inmates a day to different facilities at a cost of, I think it's $75, $80 per person per day. We definitely need to address the jail issue. It's a can that's been getting kicked down the road for many years. The Department of Corrections has had our jail, which is the oldest in the in the state, on kind of a probation for many years. It's a huge expense, but I think the dollars have to be prioritized to address this need in the county.
To Bill Berquist.
When I was first elected, the first day was the jail issue, and it's been there every day since 12 years ago. The DOC runs the jails in the state and even the feds, and they were told to rewrite the 2911 codes for jails to get in line with the federal rules. Well, that caused more space per inmate, and that's kind of one of our big issues are. And we do have 2 commissioners that have been on the so-called jail committee. They got a chance to talk to the DOC and even came into the jail when they did come and decertified 6 of our beds, which means that's 6 more people that we are housing out. When we do have a jail inspection, our numbers are always 98%. So the jail's got to be doing the right thing. But again, we do have to look at it, and the commissioners, they have the toughest job in the world because they have to figure out how to pay for it.
All right. Thank you. So for the next question, we'll be back to starting with John Everett. And this is not addressed specifically to the commissioners, so we will let everyone answer. So what role do you see our institutions of higher education playing for the success of the region?
Well, that certainly is a big role in Moorhead. We have very highly populated population of students with fine institutions here. So it's a big part of our economic base, the higher education in Clay County, and we'd be in real trouble if we didn't have the universities and colleges here. I think it will continue to be a strong economic part of the county, and we need to do all we can to make it work for them. We have participated by allowing our bonding power to be used by the colleges and universities in the city for the building of certain buildings. Primarily, it's been student housing, and that's worked very well. So it's a good partnership, I think.
Jenny Mojo.
Thank you. One of the great things about our county is that we are privileged to have some great colleges and universities here. I think that brings great economic status to the area. It also brings a great amount of kids to the area. We need to capitalize on having them here, make Clay County a warm and welcoming place to retain these kids. We need to do what we can to the people that are graduating from our area high schools. They'll go off sometimes and work, and we need to do what we can to make it an inviting place for them to return back to Clay County, to raise their families here, and possibly go to higher education here.
Thank you. To Kevin Campbell.
Yeah, I think Jenny is right on. I think that that's critical, and I think we need to take it a step further. I think we need to improve on our relationships with our economic development groups throughout Clay County. Each of our cities, a lot of them have their own, and we have the Greater Fargo-Moorhead Economic Development Association. We have the Chamber. We should be coming up with ways to promote more of these students when they finish schools to find ways to stay and work in Clay County. That is extremely important. It's nice to have them here during their stay and learning their education, but it would be wonderful if they could call this their home. And there's ways that we can do that by working, and even through the chamber, they have a deal where they have these brown bag things where you can go in for these lunches. You can talk with experts, and these college kids can go in there and enter entrepreneurial issues and say, how can I start this? How can I have this dream? How can I start it? And there's people in this county and in these cities willing to help do that.
Al Gordon.
Thank you. Well, the education system in Clay County is a very important part of our county. Currently, our county population has 73% of people over 16 working in the workforce. 73% of people over 16 working in the workforce. That's the highest number in the state of Minnesota. So what am I getting to? Not only high school students, but college students are making up a big part of our workforce within the area. They are here to work, they're here to do their education. We have jobs for them here, but like Commissioner Campbell said, is finding the good job to keep them here after that part. Now, the higher education also does have a lot of good jobs for our county as far as the older individuals. With that being said, the younger the population base that we can keep with the rising age of our state, the better off we'll be. Thank you.
Thank you. To Bill Berquist.
Well, it is very important to our community. It's a large part of our community, all the higher ed colleges that we do have. And obviously, as a law enforcement administrator, I get to be a chance to be part of their advisory boards, and it's so they do kind of listen to us. I mean, we go there and talk about what we are looking for in law enforcement officers. We have a very good criminal justice program at Moorhead State. That's where I got my 4-year degree at was. And so we do work with Moorhead Police a lot on the college issues, and I think we work very well together, and because with even the administrators of the colleges, they have an open door for us anytime we need it.
Thank you. To Ryan Alderman.
Take off the law enforcement hat here for a moment while I address part of this issue. I think the community needs to work with the schools and some private development into getting some other options besides drinking for the kids to take up their time on the weekends and evenings. I think we've got some growth going over here. The old Coaches, Trader and Trapper site. I'm optimistic that that'll be a good source for the college kids to attend, and hopefully will help add to the economic development of the community.
Thank you. All right. So this next question was not directed specifically to one group. So we will again give everyone a chance to answer. So we'll start with Jenny Mojo. Do you believe economic development is important to Clay County? And if so, what experience do you have to improve it?
Thank you. I think economic development is crucial for the Fargo-Moorhead area. I, as a young mother, feel that it's important that our kids grow up in an area that promotes development, promotes economic growth. I don't think that it's always important to run over to Fargo to grab what you need. We need to establish businesses in Clay County. We need to keep Clay County businesses running. What can we do as a commission board to expedite the growth of the economic statuses and businesses in Clay County? I think that's important to a healthy society, a healthy county. My experience is to hold people accountable, to help listen to people, to hear what their needs are, to hear what their desires are. If they want to stay in Clay County, what can we do to help them? And I will work to be an advocate for them.
Thank you. Kevin Campbell.
Yeah, this is a really good topic, and I think it's one of the most critical ones for Clay County is the importance of economic development. And part of the economic development that we can have in Clay County that we're going to need in Clay County is going to be needed to stay competitive in our real estate tax issues with our border cities. Right now, we certainly have advantages in our real estate taxes here in Minnesota compared to North Dakota. And we are doing and have done a lot of things in economic development. All you have to do is drive down Highway 10 and go through Dilworth, then go to Glendon, and then go to Hawley, or go to Barnesville, or go to Sabin in the last years, and see what growth has occurred in all those communities. My friends, that's economic development. And we're going to continue that by working with the economic development authorities, the business associations that are created in these towns that are going to help all of this, and we'll be right there to do it.
All right, thank you. To Al Gordon.
Thank you. Well, there's 4 portions of economics in this county that make up about 60% of the workforce. You have the healthcare industry, you have educational, which we talked about, you have the social assistance as far as retail trade, you have them type of things. Yes, economic development is very important, and I think that's where our county has lacked a little bit. Although we have these towns that have brought in things, I have not seen a board on the county that has went out and promoted these activities as far as bringing economic development within the county. Now, the towns have done it. The board has set up a fund for young entrepreneurs that they can come in and borrow low interest money, but they haven't promoted it. I don't know if we've had anybody that's taken us up on it. We need to put somebody in that is willing to go out, talk to people. We need to bring the business in. We have to let them know that Clay County is a viable place to do business. Thank you.
Thank you. To Bill Berquist.
Well, we probably have a little different role with that, but as law enforcement, when a company does come in and open up a new business, it is our job to go there and meet them and help them in any way we can. I see the fire chiefs here too. Every new business they go to, they go to there and show them their different things, but we help them if they have issues later on. We help them with their security, and again, it's important for us as a community to keep growing.
Ryan Alderman.
And again, along the same lines, the public safety, I'm sure is taken into consideration by businesses and corporations when they're looking for a location, alongside with, what are the tax impacts, what's the wage and hour impact going to be, and why is Clay County the best place for us to locate. Personally, I think the workforce we have in Clay County is more than adequate and probably stands out quite a bit in the Fargo-Moorhead community. We've got a lot of high school kids that have jobs, and they're working through high school, they're working through college, and I think that work ethic is something that needs to be promoted and encouraged in the area.
All right, and to John Everett.
Certainly economic development is a very important issue for the county, And I think we've been doing quite well lately. The county does a program in tax incentives for new businesses throughout the county, and people are participating in that. We do have the loan program that Al, you mentioned, but contrary to what you said, it is being well used, and probably not as much as we would like, but there are many people participating in it, and it has helped many businesses to succeed over the years. I think that right now we're seeing a lot of hopeful signs in the city of Moorhead. There's a lot of new projects that have been initiated and proposed, and that we're excited about that. The other cities in the county, we partner with them. We participate in their incentive programs as well. And we really think that we've done a number of things that will help encourage economic development. I've been impressed that there's been so much new growth in our residential areas in all the cities.
So for our last question, we will start with Kevin Campbell. And the question is asking the group to address a lack of affordable housing. And the question that we have here specifically asks that you touch on what the county can do to assist families with children struggling to obtain housing because the head of household has a felony on their record. So we can start with Kevin Campbell.
Can you read that last part with
Yeah, so what can the county do to assist families with children struggling to obtain housing because the head of household has a felony on their record? And I would say this is a pretty specific question, but even if you want to address just the larger issue of the lack of affordable housing in the county as well, that would.
Yeah, because when you get into the felony stuff, there can be legal issues that are beyond my pay grade that I don't know that I want to get into. I think you can get people like Ken Kohler here to talk about those types of things. But and obviously one of the major hot topics again here over the last few months was the proposed Churches United apartment facility for taking more people, and I'll tell you right out that I'll do everything that I can to support single families with children, people who are disabled, veterans who have fallen on hard times and are homeless. We need to find places for those folks to live. Now, in the controversial thing with the Churches United property, it had more to do with where it went. We as a county board don't get involved with zoning. Where those properties go is a city zoning issue. I support the need for those facilities.
Thank you. Al Gordon.
And I think everybody at this table supports that also. It's just a matter of how we're going to do it. We have social services in place, we have HUD in place, we have different things in place, we have low-income housing in place. We need to balance as far as what we can spend and how we can best utilize those resources to help these people. Again, nobody here would put anybody out on the street if they had the choice. We just need to allocate the resources as we best can, work with the agencies that we already have in place, and we have to find places for these people to live. Thank you.
Thank you. To Bill Berquist.
Well, as law enforcement, we do support it also because we deal with them on a daily basis, sometimes 3, 4 in the morning, and it's 20 below, and you have no place to bring them. We do have the buildings here for it, but when they're full, and we have to find other places to bring them. But as far as, the felony issue, again, that wouldn't even be under our, I know some landlords have the right to do a criminal history, so I would hate to take that away from them, but to have that property where we could put them would be a very good thing for all of us.
Okay. To Ryan Alderman.
The community has, in my experience, been pretty accommodating when it comes to the families through the YWCA over in Fargo and the Churches United here in Moorhead. In my experience working on the street and ending up in situations where you may have a car broke down on the interstate in the winter with a mom and 2 kids, there are some options, and there's also been some vouchers that have been issued where they will temporarily place them into short-term hotels. As far as the felony issue, I think it would largely depend on what the felony was. It may be a non-violent property crime, or it could be all the way up to a sexual predator. I think those issues would have to be taken into consideration in the big plan.
All right, John Everett.
Well, I think that it is a big issue for people with felonies, and I'm troubled by that, because if they have served their time and paid back society and by living out their sentence and so on, it seems to me that they should not be denied the right to live where they want to. And I know it's a right for apartment houses to make that decision as to who they'd let live there, but at the same time, it's something we need to work on. I think it would be good to have a thorough study of that and find out how serious the problem is for Moorhead, and try to find a way to resolve it, because it is very unfortunate that people are not allowed to have a place to live because of a past deed which they've already paid the society back for.
Okay, and to Jenny Mojo.
I agree with Commissioner Everett on this. When it does come to people who are nonviolent offenders that have had a felony and have served their time, it's unfair if they are judged in that aspect on housing. Clay County is a great place, and I think there are people that are struggling. We have in Moorhead, I think, an unemployment of less than 3%, but there are people that are still struggling. It's promising to me to see the amount of apartments that are going up in Moorhead, close to the schools, to give people the opportunity to attain that. There are public policies that are helping to serve as incentives or help to people that cannot afford these, but it is important that as a community we do what we can to embrace these people and help them to get back on their feet so they can become productive people of our community.
All right, thank you. So to wrap up, we will give each candidate a 1-minute kind of closing statement, and we will start with Al Gordon.
Well, again, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and it's good to see everybody here that's interested, and it's really a pleasure to talk to people that are interested in the issues. I began this earlier in this year when I found out through several sources and through the announcement that Commissioner Campbell was not going to run for re-election. I went through not only just our district, but I went through Clay County. And I explored the possibility of making a run for the candidacy of District 4. And through that exploration, I found out through several people that it was time for a change. After 12 years, there's several people that have never seen, talked to Commissioner Campbell. Their voice has not been heard. The people of the Southern County has invited them down to their meetings to listen to their concerns. He has not once been there. I'm here to accommodate the people of Clay County. I want to be a voice and an advocate for the whole county. I'll be elected through District 4, but it doesn't stop at District 4. I'll be a voice for the county of Clay. Thank you.
Thank you. To Bill Berquist.
Well, again, I would like to thank the league for having us here today and for all the people that came here to listen. We have a strong cooperation of efforts in all fronts when it comes to emergency services. Like I said, we've worked hard to get us all together. We don't worry about the fact that we have a Red River between us and another state. We still together work together, and again, bringing the resources together helps all of us. I'm very committed to having an open door policy. If anybody resident wants me to come and talk to me, or if they want me to come to talk to them, I would do that. I'm very open for suggestions. I know there was a time in law enforcement that we didn't want the public's help because we were the cops. We could take care of it, but without the public, we would not survive. So again, thank you for giving me the 12 years as your sheriff, and looking forward to your support on November 4th for my re-election.
Thank you. Ryan Alderman.
I'm ready to take on the role of sheriff of Clay County. I think our department can do a much better job reaching out to the new American populations. 20 years ago when I started in this job, we had Hispanic interpreters in the courtroom on a regular basis. Right now, we see maybe once a month, maybe once every 2 months, we get a Hispanic interpreter. Every week, we have an Arabic-speaking interpreter coming into court to deal with the populations that are involved in the court process. We need to do some outreach to these communities, not just the new Americans, but all the ethnic communities in the area, and I will work to do that and foster some cooperation and trust in that role. I'm looking forward to taking on the challenge as sheriff, and with your support, I hope we can move the department forward.
Thank you. John Everett.
First of all, I want to thank the League of Women Voters for sponsoring this. It's always a privilege to be able to participate in this. I also want to thank my opponent for the good campaign and race that she has run, and we've been family friends for years, go to the same church, and so we don't have anything, I don't think, bad to say about each other, so that's been positive. And the issues, number of issues that I have tried to hold up in the campaign, they haven't talked about today. I mean, the jail is one, and we didn't get a chance to talk about that, but it's a big issue for us, and we are certainly working towards raising the money to get that done as needed. The landfill is always a major issue, and we're doing a number of initiatives to increase recycling and other things to extend the life of our landfill, and then ongoing need for transportation. We never have enough money to fix our roads, and that's something we're struggling with, trying to find ways in which we can do that better. So I'd love to serve you again for another 4 years if that's your desire.
Thank you. Jenny Mojo.
Thank you. Having lived in Clay County most of my life, I'm proud that my roots run deep here, and I'm proud to say that my husband and I are raising our children on the farm that my great-grandfather founded in 1903. I think it's important that there, like I said, a new leadership steps up to take our place among the leaders. I am very honored to be sitting next to two people that have a combined 34 years on the county commission, and that's a great thing. I've observed great leaders in our county, and it is my intention to take my place and become one of those. If elected, I intend to be your strong voice on the county board for people of all ages. I have the energy, the desire, and the skills to effectively serve you on the county board. Many years ago, our nation was founded by people that were 35. I don't think that age is a number. I think it's a number, really. And when they stepped forward with fresh ideas to establish our country, it was important that they did so, and it's my intention to do so as well.
Thank you. And finally, from Kevin Campbell.
All right, thank you. Again, thank you to the League of Women Voters and the library for having us here today. And I just want to make one real quick comment that it's kind of hard for me to go someplace to talk to somebody when I have never received an invitation. It's hard to know when they want me to go there. So, but going back a little bit about my final time here, earlier this spring, Mr. Gordon is right that I had considered not running, and I hadn't made it final, but I had put it out there public on my Facebook page that said that I was considering not running. And it was through that, when I did that I received enormous support and requests to run again. And that really touched me a lot, that people felt that confident in me that they wanted me to go back and run. Since then, I have put in my resignation notice with my other job. So the end of March, I will complete 40 years as the accountant for Max Hardware. But I do appreciate the work of District 4 that I've done, and I'm proud to have served you all, and I do ask for your support again.
All right, thank you. Just to kind of wrap up, it looks like the next forum that we will be having is House 4B. Also later in the day, we will have House 4A, and then we will give the District 9 judge candidates a chance just to give a statement. So we want to thank, and the school board, they're not on our list here. So the school board will also be coming up later today. And I do just want to invite everyone that if you're interested in learning more about the League of Women Voters of the Red River Valley, you can visit our Facebook page or our website to get information on how to become a member and also look at some of the other community activities that we have going on throughout the year. So thank you, everyone, and thank you to the candidates.
girls were 4 years apart. Oh, yeah. It was supposed to be the 4A race too here, so I just kind of shared the time, but then they both had the Concordia parade, so that's why they switched that to one. But you know what they could have done is actually taken some of those county races, and you know when you get six, you don't really get much time in an hour doing that.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, we got a lot of time.
Welcome to the League of Women Voters Candidates Forum for Minnesota House District 4B. We would like to thank the Moorhead Library for hosting us and the Moorhead Community Access Media for filming. The League of Women Voters is a nonpartisan political organization that encourages informed and active participation in government and works to increase the understanding of major public policy issues and influences public policy through education and advocacy. For this forum, each candidate will have a 1 minute for an opening statement, and then we'll ask audience questions, and each candidate will have 2 minutes to respond. We will then close with a 1 minute closing statement. Candidates, are you ready? Okay, we'll start with Jared. The first question: what role do you see our institutions of higher education playing for the success of the region? Oh, I'm sorry, actually opening statement. What, okay. Yeah, you have a second to think about it while you give a 1 minute opening statement.
Well, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Jared. Get a little feedback here. But my name is Jared LeDuc. I'm a longtime resident of Clay County. I was actually born up in Bemidji and moved down when I was 5, so I've been around for a little while. You know, I think Representative Marquardt, you know, he's been in a good long time, and he's done some good things for us. But just in talking to some folks around, I think we feel like it's time for a change down in St. Paul, and maybe get a fresh perspective on somebody to represent us and our interests up here a little better. So that's why I'm running. I'm excited to run. I'm young, and we'll do everything we can. Thanks.
Well, that makes a difference.
Oh, yes, Paul.
Well,
opening
good morning,
statement.
and thank you to League of Women Voters for sponsoring this debate, and thanks for my opponent, Jared LeDuc, for being here. I also would like to thank the folks from District 4B for giving me the honor to serve the residents of this area for 14 years. It's been an honor and a pleasure to do that, but I wouldn't be able to run if I didn't have the strong support of my family, and my wife Colleen is here. And you know, they always say to win an election, you have to win 50% of the voters plus one. So I always start with that plus one first. So I always ask Colleen if she has my vote. And so I proceed another year. I also have 2 daughters, Lindsay and Ashley. Lindsay is married to Grant. They have a daughter, our only granddaughter, Addison, who's about 17 months old. I'm a teacher. I've taught at Dilworth, Glidden, Felton for 31 years, and I'm proud to say both of my daughters are teachers. And so I'm very proud of that. In my 14 years in the legislature, I've tried to keep it very simple, and that is to look at every single issue on how it impacts rural Minnesota. And what I mean by that is whatever comes up, whatever there is, I look at putting rural Minnesota first. And I think that's important. I've had 14 years of working across the political aisle as we've been able to move things forward. And I think in Minnesota, things are moving in the right direction. And the economy's looking better. We're able to lower property taxes this year. For the first time in the history of our state, fund all day, every day kindergarten. Provide the largest increase in nursing homes in almost a decade. First increase in elderly waivers for senior citizens in 6 years. Froze tuitions. And so I think things are moving in the right direction, and I'd like to continue and have the honor to continue to do that.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll start with the questions. And actually, Paul, we'll start with you. What role do you see our institutions of higher education playing for the success of the region?
Well, that's key, and we are blessed in this area to have a number of higher education facilities, but it's going to be those students that come out of our colleges and universities that are going to be the engine to our economic success. And we're a cold weather state, and yet Minnesota does very, very well economically, and it's because of the high quality of education that we provide and the infrastructure we provide. Minnesota, when you look at its economic impact, it's going to determine by these young people that come out of our colleges, and that's why it was crucial in this last session that we froze tuition for 2 years. And we've also promised the majority to freeze it for another 2 years if reelected. That is, I mean, we're getting to the point right now where it's difficult for students to afford college and to have that accessible to everyone who wants to attend higher education. And that is coupled with higher education with those who want to go into a career. So it's career and college education, but that's what's going to fuel our economy. And in this area, we have to make sure we continue to invest in our higher ed facilities.
Jared, same question.
All right. So obviously the higher education that we have in this area is great. It's fantastic. But growing up, I've watched most all my friends, if they go to school here, great, but they move away and they find jobs elsewhere. And why do they find jobs elsewhere? Because we don't have any. We've got jobs here and there, but there's better jobs just about everywhere else. And why is that? Is it because we tax businesses far too much? I think that's a large part of the answer. We need to have kids go to school here and stay here. Furthermore, I mean, it's great that we froze tuition, to try to keep college, keep higher education affordable. But what we really need to see is more competition in the education, market, if you will. Drive those prices down, keep schools competing for the business of students, to have students going to their schools. And that's, I think, how we get higher education to be much more effective.
Thank you. The next question we'll start with you, Jared, and that is, how well is the state providing services to help low-income families escape poverty?
Well, I think the state does a great job of helping out low-income individuals. I think there's definitely a fine balance between helping and empowering. We want to see those people that are on assistance work hard and go forward and to rise up. I don't think there's really anybody that just wants to sit and be happy with the status quo. I think in this part of the country, and we're a hardworking people, and we want to succeed. And so we need to focus on helping those programs to help people, not just to give them a handout and keep them on the program, but rather to help them to move forward and to better their lives.
Thank you. Paul, same question.
The late Senator Paul Wellstone once said, "We all do better when we all do better." And I think we've done 3 things lately that really have helped try to move people up. And one is raising the minimum wage. I think it had not been raised for about 8 years, and we've stepped that up. That will help people increase their purchasing power. Second is we provided $100 million in the bonding bill for affordable housing. That's crucial when we can provide people with housing and stability in their lives. And the third thing we can do, which we've progressed, is to make sure we fund education. It is public education where everyone, no matter who you are and where you start or what's your income, that's the great equalizer. And by putting dollars into all-day, everyday kindergarten and putting investments in there, and then also putting criteria and accountability for school districts to meet the world's best workforce, that's the way in which you raise people out of poverty and make them even more productive in our citizens, which helps our economy overall in the state.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, how will you work to make higher education at our public institutions more affordable for students? And Paul, we'll start with you.
You have to set it as a high priority. And I've been in the legislature 14 years, and it seemed like for a few years, whenever we were cutting, we would always cut into higher education. And so you have to make sure you're putting in the right investments. And then we have to make sure it's affordable. I don't think it's right when administrator salaries at these state colleges are going up and they're getting paid more, and at the same time tuition's going up. And that's something we did the last 2 years, as we said, we're going to end these increases on administrators and we're going to freeze tuition. We're going to put the student first here. And I think that was a really big step in making sure that students can afford higher education.
Thank you. Jared, same question.
Well, I think like Representative Marquardt said, it is important to put those students first. Obviously, we've got a lot riding on them for our state economy, and we want good, bright young people coming out of those institutions. But as I said earlier, it's extremely important to have competition. You know, competition produces not only a better product, but a lower priced product. And so we need to make sure that we have enough competition with these schools. We need to make sure that that we work hard enough at doing this so that our kids can go to school, so they can afford to get a great education and even a higher quality education.
Thank you. The next question that we have, and we'll start with Jared, is how could we improve transportation in our area?
Well, I think, you know, as far as improving transportation in our area, I think we do a pretty good job of it. Obviously, I see some roads that could use some repair. And, you know, we've got to look at, you know, budget issues. Obviously, we've got, we could use some more money for transportation. Where does it come from? Well, maybe we need to, you know, pull out the scalpel and see where we can make cuts. See if we can't, you know, think about maybe not having an $80 million office building or things of that nature when we've got such terrible need for our roads and highways and other forms of transportation.
Thank you.
Transportation funding is important. I was able to get 303,000 miles on my 03 Dodge Stratus before it finally quit this summer. So I've been on the roads an awful lot. So now I have another Dodge, so I'm going to try another one, see how if we can get 300,000 out of that one. But it's very important, and the MnDOT says in the next 20 years we're going to be short about $600 million a year in transportation funding. So that is something we really need to deal with this session. We didn't really deal with it last time. And so I don't know what the answer is. There's better people than me on how we can fund that. But, you know, there's been bonding has been brought up, sales tax on gasoline's been brought up, increasing the tax on gasoline and so forth. The problem with improving or adding to the gas tax is that each cent you add brings in about $32 million, which really doesn't cover that. Plus, with more efficient cars, you're getting less and less from that, so I don't really like that idea. But we need to address it, and I know that's going to be, Governor Dayton has said that's going to be a major priority this year, is to find a long-term solution to our transportation to get farm products to market and so forth. It's really important.
Thank you. And the next question is, many families cannot afford childcare. What would be your solution? Paul, we'll start with you.
Well, you know, one of the things I think we're moving to, and it's not to be a child care, but even the all-day, everyday kindergarten. And the next move is to go to universal pre-K, now starting with the 4-year-olds. And I come from an education background on this one because we know that for educational purpose, the earlier start, the better. Another thing you can do for child care is increase the child care assistant program, which has been cut over the time, and that leaves some of the providers short. Other things you can do, I think, overall in affording child care is the minimum wage, again, I think was very important to help with those type of things. And, you know, our unemployment rate in the Fargo-Moorhead area is only around 3%. even less than the state at 4.3. So you have a lot of people working, need the child care, and I think the state, with education, but also increasing the child care assistant program would be some ways to do that.
Thank you. Same question.
Sure. You know, I think as far as affording child care and keeping it affordable, there's there's so much there. You know, as Representative Marquardt said, our employment rate is about 3%, and that's great. What I wonder what our underemployment rate is. Those folks out there working as hard as they can and just barely getting by. I think it's important, for this area to attract better jobs, to attract better companies that, quite frankly, can pay more. Child care is expensive. I know that. My wife and I, we sacrifice a lot for her to be able to stay home and watch our 2 children. But do I know an exact answer to how to make child care affordable? No, but I'm definitely open to learning and to suggestions.
Thank you. The next question, we'll start with Jared, is what is the state's role in economic development?
Well, I think the state's role in economic development is to, like I said earlier, to foster an environment where we can have companies and corporations that will come in and provide excellent jobs to our citizens. I see a lot of people that they work in North Dakota. They my family, as long as I can remember, has my dad's worked in North Dakota. My office is in North Dakota, and it's there's real reasons for that because it's greatly more expensive to do business on this side of the river. But as far as the state goes, I think it is important that we provide transportation, that we make sure that we have good roads, and then we need to look at, how are we taxing these businesses? Are we making it a friendly environment for more businesses to move in and to drive this economic engine on this side of the river?
Thank you. Paul, same question.
Yeah. Well, I think in the long term, you have to make sure you provide high quality education infrastructure. A quality workforce is really, and quality of life is the #1 reason businesses locate here in Minnesota. And in the last 18 months, there's been over 66,000 new jobs in Minnesota created. Our unemployment rate is down to 4.3%, 6th best in the nation and lowest in 8 years. The last week of September, 34,000 people applied for unemployment. That is the lowest number in 14 years in Minnesota. Forbes magazine, which is not a liberal magazine, a very conservative magazine, ranked Minnesota 8th in business climate. And we're now 9th in the nation for household income. So we're moving in the right direction. But the state's been very involved in Rochester and the medical devices, but also locally. Representative Lean was a real champion in fighting for border cities credits and property tax relief for businesses through the disparity reduction program. The last 2 years, businesses in Moorhead will see their property taxes go down 30%. So taxes, we have to stay competitive. I think Representative Lean did a great job in lowering those property taxes in Moorhead.
Thank you. Our next question is, and we'll start with Paul. Many Minnesotans are paying more than they can afford for housing. How will you address affordable housing?
I think the bonding bill this year with $100 million for affordable housing was huge. I carried a bill a few years ago that was an affordable housing bill. And one thing we found out is that in a lot of these areas like Didgekey and Thief River Falls and up in Roseau and some of those areas, they have the work, but they can't find the housing for the workers. And so that's a huge rural issue. So many times people think affordable housing is kind of a metro issue. It's a huge rural issue. And the percent paying over 40% of their monthly income in housing, which is kind of that break point, 30 or 40%, is way, way too high. So I do think, I'm coming back to some of these things always, but increasing the purchasing power for folks by raising the minimum wage, making sure you've got a good economy and a good educational system, and also providing dollars for affordable housing will go a long way. But that's a huge rural issue. And it's a rural development, economic development issue, and finding places for people to live when they go into some of these small rural areas that have larger manufacturing and they're trying to attain the workers.
I think something we can definitely look at, is what are the property taxes? How can we help to alleviate some of that burden on these folks that want to have a good, affordable place to live, but are having trouble finding it? I guess I don't necessarily agree with Representative Marquardt. You raise minimum wage, and that kind of just shrinks the bottom line for everybody else. I think that there's a lot of people out there that even on a higher minimum wage, it would still be difficult. I don't know a whole lot of folks right now that are working for minimum wage, but I think it's important. It's if you raise minimum wage, you're talking about increasing purchasing power, but it's got to come from somewhere. It's got to, it's going to come from the employers, from the businesses, and their bottom line. It all runs down to there, and then we pay more in the end.
Thank you. The next question will start with Jared. MSU Moorhead recently went through a budget deficit reduction process. What strategies do you anticipate you will implement at the state legislature to support our Minnesota state colleges and university institution?
MSUM went, and I've got a good friend that did work at MSUM, and he opted to just resign rather than possibly face some cuts. But the reality is there's cuts. Schools need to be run as a business. They need to be run, and they need to be run well. And so I think it's important that we look at what can we cut, what can't we cut, what's really important to us, and how are we going to make the necessary cuts to remain competitive and offer the highest quality of education possible. And there is a balance there, and I know it's sometimes a hard balance to find, but it needs to be found.
Yes. The question is, MSU Moorhead recently went through a budget deficit reduction process. What strategies do you anticipate you will implement at the state legislature to support our Minnesota State College and University institution?
Back in the 1980s, it was in state law that the student was supposed to pick up 40% of the cost and the state was supposed to pick up 60%. Now it's completely reversed. The student picks up 60% and the state picks up 40%. So we haven't kept up with investments. In fact, the purchasing power in our higher ed is down to about 1980 levels. But we have to do several things. One, we need more efficiencies. There's no doubt about that. If there's certain classes that there aren't very many students there, then they should probably be dropped. Also, I think it was important that out of about the $300 million that we invested in higher education the last 2 years, about 150 went into the tuition freeze, and another $150 million went into the university and MnSCU systems. So I think part of it is getting efficiencies, but also a very important part is to set priorities of investment. We've talked a lot about the economy, and we've talked a lot about how do you move the state forward, and we know that it's that higher education that's going to make the difference in providing a great long-term future economy for the state of Minnesota.
Thank you. And the next question will start with you. Paul, what do you see as the value of the Minnesota Councils of Color in advising the legislature?
Minnesota is becoming more diverse all the time, and I think that's crucial. And I'm going to get back to education. Our demographer says that our workforce is only going to increase by about 0.3% in the next decade. That means to increase work productivity, we're not going to count on new workers coming in the system. We're going to have a more educated, productive workforce that does come into the system. And the new workers coming into the system are more diverse. And they're also the ones that have the lowest scores in our schools, which is an achievement gap. And there is Rob Grunwald for Minnesota. He's from the Minneapolis Reserve Bank. He's done these statistics. And he says if we can close the achievement gap, that within 15 years after that, we would increase our work productivity and GDP by 2%. Now you might think, well, what's the big deal with 2%? Well, 2% is $5 billion in Minnesota's economy. That'd be like building five Minnesota Viking stadiums every year. That would be the increase to our deal. So getting back is we may have to make sure we listen to the needs of those with the diverse populations. I believe education is really the way that you do that.
Thank you. Jared, same question?
You know, and as Representative Marquardt said, we've got an ever-increasing diversity here in our state, and that's a great thing. I'm a small businessman, and I've had the opportunity to do business with more and more of these individuals, and I find that they're good folks that are coming in, and they want to work hard, and they want to really give back to their communities, and what a wonderful thing that is. That's the American dream, right? To come here to work hard and to have a fair shot. And I think it is important that they do have a fair shot, that they're given every opportunity that I've been given, that any of us have been given as residents here.
Thank you. And our next question, Jared, we'll start with you. Our population is aging. What do we need to do to prepare?
Well, I think definitely the answer to that. I mean, there's going to be ebb and flow, and in population and in age, what the average age is. We need to make sure that we care for them. I think a real important answer is to lessen the tax burden on families, so that families have more resources to help take care of their elderly, and where there isn't that option, obviously we need to have good nursing homes. We want to take care of our seniors without just sending them off. Say you've lived a great life, and we'll have fun, and we're going to keep living our lives. We need to take care of them and watch over them, and do the best we can.
Thank you. Paul, same question.
The senior population statewide is about 14%, but here in District 4B, it's closer to 20%. So in rural Minnesota, dealing with our senior citizens and making sure that they have a high quality of life for their entire lives is very, very important. So I think there's a couple ways in which you really deal with that. And one, Jared mentioned the nursing homes and the elderly waivers and care for our seniors. That, again, has been an area where for the last 10 years we have really invested in that area, and we did provide a 5% increase, the largest increase in a decade for nursing homes, many of them being forced to close and many of them in debt. Elderly waivers, assisted living, being able to keep seniors in their homes for as long as they possibly can. We increased funding there 6%, the largest increase in 6 years in that area. So that's going to be really important. And the second part, I believe, is property taxes. When property taxes went up about $4 billion in the previous 10 years, it really put a hardship on senior citizens trying to remain in their homes on a fixed income. And this last year, we actually cut taxes by over $60 million in rural Minnesota into the new homestead credit refund. Many senior citizens are able to stay in their homes because we were able to provide some really, really valuable property tax relief.
Thank you. For the next question, we'll start with Paul. And what role will you play in increasing women's economic security in the state?
Well, number one, I voted yes on the bill that we passed this year that dealt with that tried to make wages and so forth more comparable, men and women. But it's other areas, and we've talked a little bit about that. It's childcare, it's all-day, everyday kindergarten, it's education, it's making sure that families really have lower property taxes, and that's what this is all about. And so we passed a number of things this year, Women's Economic Security Act, in trying to equalize so that men and women, if they're doing the same job and the same title, they should be getting the same pay. And that wasn't necessarily the case. So I think what we put into state law will increase the purchasing power for women and also increase the quality of life for women around this state.
Thank you. Jared, same question.
As we've talked about a little bit before, our workforce is getting more and more diverse. And it's important that, whether you're, black or white or, woman or, male, that you have the same opportunity. I think that that in the workforce, if you've got a highly talented lady that can do the job well, fantastic. And we need to do our best we can to value all employees equally. It's as a business owner myself, it's not about if they're male or female, or if they're what their background is, but how well can they do the job? And if they do the job well, then I think they're fully entitled to equal and fair pay.
Thank you. And the next question, we'll start with Jared. In this polarizing political environment, how will you seek ways to compromise with legislators who may hold different perspectives from you?
Well, I've always liked to get along with people as best I can. I think you get a lot more done that way. It doesn't do anybody good. I watched my 2 and 4-year-old daughters, sit and fight over a hairbrush this morning, and they just couldn't come to terms on it, and nobody's hair got brushed. But and I think sometimes as adults we kind of carry out the same acts, and we need to stop and realize that, hey, sometimes when we're sitting here bickering about this and about that, there's more important issues and more important things that just aren't getting done. And so that if elected, when I get down to St. Paul, I look forward to getting to know everybody and get to know the names on the other side of the aisle, and work with them and form good working relationships with them. I know we don't always agree on everything. I've worked for a lot of people that I don't agree with, and I've tried to get along with them as best I can, because you get more done that way. Thank you.
Thanks. Paul, same question.
Well, Jared, I've seen that hairbrush down in the state legislature. We argue it over that all the time. And, one thing about the state legislature is that we have to balance the budget, unlike the federal government. So no matter what, you might have a Republican governor and a Democrat, or vice versa, you end up having to compromise. The federal government, you don't have to do that. But that is a great point. And if you really look at most of the votes in the state legislature, most of them are bipartisan. The education bill that I put out last year, and that's 42% of the budget, when it left the House, had 10 Republicans voting for it, because I worked across the aisle to make sure that it was a plan that both parties would want. And so I think we tend to focus on some of those issues where it really seems to be partisan, but for the most part, especially in my 14 years, I've been in the minority 8 years and majority 6 years. And so you really know how to work with both folks and both parties in getting things done. Because rural Minnesota, you take almost every issue in rural Minnesota, they're not partisan issues. Fighting for veterans and fighting for students and fighting for lower property taxes. We might disagree on how to get there, but we all agree on the goals.
Thank you. Our next question, we'll start with Paul. And for the current tax policy, what do you find to be fair and unfair, and what will you prioritize?
I've really worked a lot on property taxes, because I think that is a very unfair tax, not only for senior citizens, families, farmers, but also small businesses. Small businesses, if you are in a recession and you're losing money, that property tax is not based on your income at all. You still have to pay property taxes. And when we were not investing in our communities, our counties, and our cities and so forth, property taxes in the last 12 years went up an average of $330 million a year. So when Governor Dayton and the new legislature got in, we said enough is enough. We're going to end these regressive property tax increases. And for the first time in a decade, since Kelly Clarkson won, what's that, Star or whatever, that's how long ago, 2002, we lowered property taxes, and they went down $49 million statewide. But in rural Minnesota, where they had gone up an average of $50 million on homeowners for the last 10 years, we actually dropped those taxes $65 million. And on businesses that had gone up $30 million in the last 10 years, we dropped them $11 million. And so that's what I'm going to continue to work on, because in rural Minnesota, for our seniors on fixed incomes, that's the tax that really hits them big time.
You know, as Representative Marquardt just said, you know, on property tax, what an unfair tax. You know, we've got, and we talked about our senior citizens, you know, on fixed incomes. You know, when you can't afford to pay your property taxes, but you've lived in your home your entire life, and the state's going to come in and take your home from you, that's to me just absolutely corrupt. So we need to figure out a way to definitely continue to alleviate those taxes. You know, another tax that I think is terrible in Minnesota is, you know, the death taxes, estate taxes. You know, I've recently been talking to some folks that, you know, they say they can't afford to die in Minnesota, and that's a very real issue in Minnesota. Here we treasure our history. We've got, you know, a lot of farms that go back 100 years or more, and what a fantastic thing that is. And then we've got seniors now that are looking at selling those farms and ending that I guess that history, that culture in their family, just because their kids aren't going to be able to afford to pay those taxes when they pass on. And that's something that definitely needs to be addressed.
Thank you. The next question, Jared, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts on the flood diversion and its effect on your district?
Oh boy. You know, that's definitely a huge issue. You know, as long as I can remember, I've been slinging sandbags just about every spring, and you know, we definitely need to look into a real solution to the diversion, figuring out how we're going to not steal from our rural residents, you know, and take away from them. You know, obviously it's important to watch over and to protect our economic engine, you know, Fargo-Moorhead. But we need to look into a way that's fair and that's affordable. You know, the current plan right now, it doesn't seem very affordable, and it doesn't seem very fair. But you know, like there's smarter people than me that can figure this out, and I look forward to getting elected and to working with people and to bring about some genuine resolutions regarding the diversion project.
Thank you. Paul, same question.
I think it's important that Fargo-Moorhead have long-term flood protection. I think everyone in this room agrees with that. But I strongly disagree with the direction of the Diversion Authority that I think has not followed the process, has not followed state law, and has not listened to the voices of people upstream. And we've seen this. Here you have an area, the Comstock area, the Wolverton area, the upstream areas that have never ever flooded. But by design now of this project, they will flood. They will purposely be flooded to protect some prime South Fargo land for development. And that's what I really have a problem with. And so for legislators, we have made a proposal to the Diversion Authority saying that they need to reconfigure the Diversion Authority to make sure that there's members from the North Dakota side and the Minnesota side, and to move anything forward on a project, it would take approval from both the Minnesota side, the North Dakota side, and the Minnesota side. That would assure that we have a fair plan, because right now you have the process is simply not being followed. Their state law has been violated, and the folks upstream are not having their interests protected. And Governor Dayton was here a month ago and basically stated that very thing. And the fact of the matter is that for this project to work, it's going to need the local elected leaders on the federal side and state side, on both sides of the river, approving this, or there's going to be no funding. That's just politically the way it works. So I'd like to see a total reconfiguration on the Diversion Authority that follows the process, follows the law, and listens to the interests of folks upstream.
Thank you. And Paul, the next question, we will start with you. How will you help bridge the rural-urban divide?
That's a very important issue. And the reason why is because rural legislators were in the minority. I think it's about 42% or so and 58% in the urban. So it's important. Let me give you an example, local government aid. That is about 70% of those dollars come out here to rural Minnesota. But also Minneapolis and St. Paul get a number of those dollars. And a lot of people will say, well, let's just cut Minneapolis and St. Paul out of it. The problem is, politically, you now have weakened the program. So there's a number of things that we work on in doing that, and that's why, just like our education plan, I was proud of that this year, because we closed the disparity in our education between funding that the average metro district gets and funding that the average rural district gets. We closed the disparity by about a third in 2 years with some of the things that we did, and that was important. But it took working with folks. We just didn't, say we're going to do this. We worked, and we did a plan that got people. So you have to know how to work with all the legislators, because they all represent each of the 134 districts, and that's really, really important. But I think it's going down there. Like, my view is you're putting rural Minnesota first, but you also recognize that you have to compromise and work with people not only across the aisle, but also in other areas of the state.
Well, we definitely need to put rural Minnesota first and bring some common sense down to St. Paul and get some things figured out. It's like I said, I run a small business, and I'd hate to see some of my profits going to something that doesn't benefit my business at all, doesn't do any good. And I think that's what we're seeing, up here is, in rural Minnesota, greater Minnesota, we're seeing a lot of our money going for projects that, quite frankly, do us no good. And that's not fair. You look at light rail down in Minneapolis, does that do us any bit of good? No. And I don't think that it's something that we really ought to be paying for. And so we need to focus on taking care of rural Minnesota with rural Minnesota money. And Minneapolis, if they've got programs that they want to do, it should be able to be funded by Minneapolis money.
Thank you. And I think in the interest of time, we're going to wrap things up. If you guys want to give a closing statement, Jared, we can start with you.
1 minute or 2 minutes?
We'll do 1 minute if that's.
Well, I'd like to thank the Public Library and the League of Women Voters for the opportunity to come out and speak. And I'm young, and I've got a lot to learn, and I know that. And I'm excited to go forward. I think it's important that we get as many young people involved as we can. A lot of folks in the legislature, their careers are decided. Mine is largely undecided. I'm going forward, and I'm doing the best I can, and we're gonna see how my career, I guess, shakes out, and I'm gonna work at it as hard as possible. But I've definitely got a huge stake in making sure that our state is competitive, and I think that's greatly important. We've got a wonderful state. I love Minnesota. It's my home. I've lived here my entire life, and family is extremely important to me. And I want my kids to grow up and look at Minnesota as a great place to live and as a viable place to have a great career and to raise their families.
Thank you. Paul, your closing statement?
Well, again, thank you to the League of Women Voters. Jared, thank you. I've been very proud to serve 14 years in the state legislature. And again, the most enjoyable thing I do as a legislator is getting out, knocking on doors, and meeting with folks. And when you do that, you hear what's going on, and you hear the challenges that folks face out in rural Minnesota. And we're moving in the right direction in the state. I'm very optimistic about our future, but we have more work to do. We have to look at agricultural property taxes. We're working on some things to lower that. We have to make sure senior citizen health care is affordable and that high quality. We have to make sure that for our students going on to college that it's affordable and accessible. Property taxes, and we have to make sure people can stay in their homes, and it's families and small businesses that can benefit when you can do that. So Minnesota is a great state. We're doing very well, and if I have the honor to serve another 2 years in the state legislature, I want to continue to work on behalf of the residents of District 4B and moving the state forward, continuing to look at every single issue in rural Minnesota and how it impacts people and how we can make things better for our senior citizens, our families, our farmers, our veterans, our small businesses. That's the key. And this government is your government. And we're listening to what you have to say. And so please, anyone listening out there, feel free to always contact us. And again, I'd appreciate your support for another 2 years. And thanks for the honor for allowing me to serve you.
Thank you. And I would like to thank the Minnesota House District 4B candidates, Jared LeDuc and Paul Marquardt, for being here today. This forum will be available on our website. And for more information on the league or to become a member, please visit our website or our Facebook page. And our website is lwvnd.org. Thank you. the Moorhead School Board. We would like to thank the Moorhead Library for hosting us and Moorhead Community Access Media for filming. The League of Women Voters is a nonpartisan political organization that encourages informed and active participation in government and works to increase the understanding of major public policy issues and influences public policy through education and advocacy. For this forum, each candidate will have 1 minute for an opening statement, and then we'll ask questions provided by the audience, and each candidate will get 1 minute to respond. And then we'll end with a 1 minute closing statement. But first, candidate Cassidy Bjorklund was not able to attend, so we'll be having an opening or a statement read on her behalf.
My name is Ladine Sarau, and I'm reading this statement for my friend Cassidy Bjorklund, who cannot be here today. She's a photographer, and she's shooting a wedding in the Twin Cities. The following is in Cassidy's own words. I am Cassidy Bjorklund, and I am running for Moorhead District School Board. My husband Greg and I have been married 14 years and have 3 children, Amelia, who is 12, Isaac, who is 10, and Greta, who is 8. I'm a lifelong resident of the Moorhead area and spent all my school years in Moorhead schools. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in nursing and own my own photography business. I was co-president of one of the district's PTACs for 2 years and have served on multiple committees throughout the district, one of which was the hiring of a new principal. I am truly invested in Moorhead as my family is very active in our schools and other programs the district has to offer. The district is forward in so many ways, forward in how we train our teachers and forward in the willingness to try new teaching techniques with our students. If elected to the board, I will be a part in preparing our students for the ever-changing global workforce. To prepare our students for this workforce, I would like to see the district develop multiple bilingual programs in the pre-K to senior high level. Please consider voting for me on November 4th. As a mom managing a household budget and a small business owner, I understand the importance of being fiscally responsible and how to make the money stretch. I also have a strong work ethic and am dedicated to any task that I take on. I am ready to do the work and research required to make informed decisions for our diverse community. I will listen to all parties and make decisions that are best for the district needs. A vote for me, Cassidy Bjorklund, is a vote for the future of Moorhead. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we will start with the opening statements. And first statement, can we have Mark Altenberg? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Mark Altenberg, and I'm running for the Moorhead School Board. Wanted to say thank you to the League of Women Voters of the Red River Valley, the Moorhead Public Library, and I also want to put out a special thank you to the other candidates. I had a chance this morning to review the candidates forum on Inform, and I was really excited to be here for this dialogue. I think the folks you have up here are well qualified and well informed, and I look forward to this afternoon. Thank you.
Next statement by Scott Hagan.
Hi, my name is Scott Hagan. I am a lifelong resident of Moorhead, grew up on the south side of town and a product of the Moorhead public school system. I graduated in '92 from Moorhead High, and I currently have 2 children in the school system and 1 in the wings. My wife and I are proud of our South Moorhead public school system with Ellen Hopkins and with Horizon Middle School. I look forward to the opportunity to become part of the Moorhead Public School Board. With that opportunity, I hope to bring a fresh perspective and a new, another young drive to the school board. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Jensen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Jensen. I'm a candidate for the Moorhead School Board. Family-wise, I have a wife, Kristen, who stays at home to take care of our 3 wonderful kids, all girls, ages 5, 3, and 1. The oldest of my daughters started kindergarten at Ellen Hopkins Elementary, which was the motivating factor for me joining this race. Professionally, I'm a detective with the Fargo Police Department. I've been with the department for 5 years. Prior to that, I was a small business owner, was the owner of the Pita Pit restaurants in Fargo. I have both private and public experience, including working within budgets and working with the public on a continual basis. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming out and for giving us this opportunity to be here today.
Thank you. David Marquardt.
Hello, my name is David Marquardt. I've been a resident of Moorhead for 9 years. My wife and I live on the southeast side of Moorhead. My wife's a social worker. We have 3 school-age children at Robert Asp, a 5th grader, a 3rd grader, and a kindergartner. I've been an educator, a teacher for 16 years in Fargo Public Schools. I'm also currently the Fargo Education Association president. And through my experience as a teacher and my other experiences as president, other things I've done, was my reason for running for this. Also, with the future of my kids in the district for several more years, is also another reason for my interest. And I thank everybody involved today for this opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And Karen Stensgaard.
Thank you. I'm Karen Stensgaard. I am a North Moorhead resident. I purchased my house in 2007. I was actually a Fargo resident and graduated from Fargo South. I attended MSUM for a few years before I started working in finance, and I did that for 6 years. I have been in customer service for 13 years, but I'm currently a homemaker, staying home with my young children. I just had a baby a month ago, so I'm very busy right now getting used to the new schedule, and I also have a 21-month-old. And because of my interest in the school system and the future for our children is why I'm running for the school board. I want to make sure that we have a strong community of voices that have their input heard. And I just feel that I would be a good candidate because I have a new, fresh perspective. I'm young and really interested in the future of my children's education. I'm very interested in the arts, and I think it's really important that Moorhead emphasizes the importance of the arts, and our programs continue. With our budget, we can certainly still keep the arts programs going. I also am interested in green ways of doing things. So going forward in the future, I really think that there are some really great, we already have the wind turbines that are powering part of the city of Moorhead. I think we could continue to do some great things with the schools as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Swenson.
Thank you. My name is Carla Swenson, and I'm running for the school board. I have been a resident of Moorhead for 40 years. Moved here as a small child and came through the system. My husband and I own a small business that we operate out of our home. We have 3 sons, a 6th grader, a junior in high school, and then a sophomore off in college. So I guess I thought it was the time for me to step up and run for school board because I'm very interested in it. I have an education background. I've also been doing a lot of volunteering and different things in the schools. And I think I bring a unique perspective in that I've been through Moorhead School. I have a son who's graduated, and I have 2 that are still there. So it gets just a little different look at things. Mark was really excited to see the candidates. I was the first one to file and had no idea if there would even be enough for a race. So, and then to read all the great ideas and things that people have. And for the most part, everybody's kind of on the same page, and that's exciting that we kind of, as a community, know where we need to go. So, thank you.
Thank you. William Tomhave.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Tomhave, and I'm running for re-election to the Moorhead School Board. This year's race is very similar to the first race I ran in. 10 people competed for 3 spots. I missed that 3rd seat by 5 votes. Another person missed it by 3. That race taught me 3 very important lessons. Lesson 1, every vote counts, and good intentions don't count if you don't vote. Second, I had attended only a handful of school board meetings prior to running for that election. In the 2 years after that, I attended nearly every school board meeting for the purpose of learning the procedures and processes of what it means to be a school board member. Third, after 3 terms in office, racking up almost 400 hours of school board association training through MSBA and participating in hundreds of meetings, I believe that I can say with confidence I understand what board service is and that things keep changing, and I'm keeping to changing along with them. In my time on the board, I've witnessed declining enrollment that precipitated a building program so that every kid in our district was able to go to a remodeled or new school. I've seen a decline in state funding that put us into a spiral, and I've attended dozens and dozens of meetings about how to deal with fiscal problems and how to trim the budget and how to have cost savings and efficiencies. Recently, we've seen a surge in enrollment that has filled our buildings. We've added space to several of our buildings. We've done it because of refinancing the original building bonds at no additional cost to our taxpayers. We've not had to go back to them for a dime. We're now in the final stages of another community involvement process to assess future needs for facilities. With your help, we're going to come back with a great plan to address those things well into the future. One thing I guarantee you, I'd rather be in a district facing problems due to growth than in a district facing problems due to fiscal issues due to lack of financial support or declining enrollment. I am sincerely interested in being part of the solution to our problems and would appreciate your support in this election. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will start with the questions provided by our audience. We will start with Scott, and everyone will get 1 minute to respond. And the first question we have is, as our city continues to become more ethnically and racially diverse, what role do you see the school board playing in addressing the racial education achievement gap? And Scott, we'll start with you.
It's a very good question. As far as the racial gap or diversity within our school, I do see that quite a bit with the Ellen Hopkins School that my kids have attended. Just in attending a meeting just recently, trying to get students and parents involved, I think is the most important part in bridging that gap, so that not only do the children understand the school system, but getting the parents deeply involved, I think is something that is very important. That way the kids come home and there is a little bit of education that the children can provide to the parents and vice versa. So I think with bridging that with the Title I programs that the school district does have or have been trying to implement, I think is something that is a learning curve to try to get families involved, but as progression and how active each school is in getting or attempting to get the families involved, I think this will be a good first step.
Thank you. Ryan, same question. And if anyone needs me to repeat the question, just let me know.
Thank you, Scott. As Scott said, family involvement in any kind of child's education is important, but as a police detective, I've seen firsthand the difference that makes, especially among new Americans and ethnically diverse families. One of the main focuses that any school in the beginning stages of education needs to focus on is getting every student on the right path and on the right step to learning the English language, to getting familiar with the way that things are taught in the classroom in America, and also in the Moorhead School District. I'm very proud that we have the Spanish immersion program at Ellen Hopkins, which will allow students to communicate more fluently with their friends who are not native English language speakers, and also that will open them up to a wide range of ethnically diverse backgrounds and points of view. As Scott said, also the family involvement for every family is important, and I think that should be encouraged at every level.
Thank you. David, same question.
Hello, David Marquardt. It's on. But is that working? There, that's better. A couple things. I think it's important to have certified staff that would be appropriate to help the students that are coming into our schools, to educate them in the proper way. It's also very important to get them up to speed as quickly as possible so they can be included into the classroom. Having the classroom teachers as well certified into dealing with students of different languages. A couple other things that's very helpful is to have different languages posted throughout your school so that when the parents do come into the schools, they can read a language that they're familiar with. Most times we see they're not comfortable coming into schools because it's usually not in their language or something like that. And so as much as teachers can do communication home with parents and just have an awareness of their cultures and everybody else and the students in the classroom, makes them welcome and everything else in the classroom. So that's it.
Thank you. Karen.
Thank you. And so the question itself is the role that the school board can play in bridging the gap. Is that correct?
Yep. Actually, I'll repeat the question. It's, as our city continues to become more ethnically and racially diverse, what role do you see the school board playing in addressing the racial education achievement gap?
Okay, well, I am a North Moorhead resident, and I live in a very diverse neighborhood, so I do feel I have a good perspective on diversity. And I think that it'd be important for an awareness program for students that are in the school that have some of these diverse families becoming part of these schools. It'd be really great for the kids to have maybe some information on some of the countries of the children that are coming in so that they can feel more connected to their fellow students. Training for school administrators would be very important, not just the administrators that are working directly with these families, but all administrators so they can have that awareness. And also communication for the diverse families to give feedback, sort of a forum for them to give feedback to the schools on ways that they could feel more welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Carla.
Kind of along with what Karen said, I think that the role of the school board is one that we really, first we need to support all of our people who are dealing with the diversity every day, and whatever that means to get them educated, whether it's, I think we kind of think it's a language barrier all the time. I know having children in high school, there's a cultural barrier that when you're going on a certain day to a certain event and kids can't be there at a certain time or they can't eat a certain food. I think all those things, like we talked about, educating, everybody in the whole school and having the school board support all that, the education that needs to go on, and to look at it positively. It's numbers, it's kids, it's a great thing for Moorhead, and to see it as a positive forward growth step instead of a problem that we have to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill, same question.
In the Moorhead district, we have at least 40 different languages that are spoken in the homes. We have an increased proportion of students who are coming to our district who have never heard English outside of in their home. Never. It's not spoken there at all. We're finding it's even difficult to find translators to help some of those kids because qualified translators are hard to find, and to know whether or not they're translating academic content correctly is very difficult. It's very hard to quality control that. There are no simple solutions to a problem that comes with an increasingly diverse community. I do know this. Our ELL program, English Language Learner, is strong. We do all that we can with the resources available, and we're doing incredible things. Many of those kids are going on to become very successful in our district. Parent involvement is important, but is very difficult. We've had a Native American program for years, and to get those parents involved has taken liaison people and all. It's growing, it's getting stronger, but it's a constant problem. We're on it, we're working at it. Adult basic education, again, reaches out to our community. We support those programs, and they are strong. We've been committed to this process for a long time. This is not new. We've made significant investments in early childhood education, and that really hits those families. And those efforts can only continue to increase as the district changes. They do require time, they do require resources, they do require good thinking, but we're working very hard currently and will continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mark, same question.
Great, thank you so much. I'm Mark Altenberg again. I think this is a great question, and I agree with Carla that much of what we're facing in Moorhead is a cultural issue. And if anybody wants to see what the future of Moorhead's going to look like, just stop by Ellen Hopkins, where my two kids go. You have kids, as Bill says, from almost every continent represented at Ellen Hopkins, and they get along great. I mean, I don't see separation among the children. I see a lot of parents who are trying to figure out a way to get engaged with this community. Representative Marquardt was just here talking about the achievement gap. What I would ask our state leaders is, why does Minneapolis-St. Paul get $22,000 per child and we only get $6,000? When we have 40 languages spoken in our schools, I don't think that St. Paul understands the challenges that Moorhead has. And we need to speak as a school board, whoever gets elected, to our elected representatives who go to St. Paul to make sure that we get increased funding to help these kids. We need to increase our work with Lutheran Social Services and other nonprofits. I think M State, where I work, over 20% of the population at M State is New American. We have to get adult basic education over to M State so we can start working with the families and then starting to work with the kids. And lastly, we as parents really need to start reaching out to these families and including them in our lives so that they feel welcome in Moorhead, and we can begin to understand them as families, both culturally and just as people, making them feel more comfortable to come talk to us when they run into problems. And we do need additional staff to work with this, but under the current fiscal restraints, we need to really talk to our state partners and ask for those additional resources. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the next question, we will start with Ryan. And that question is, what will you do to improve student success in the schools at all levels? And specifically, what will you do to improve the high school graduation rate?
Student success in all levels is the main reason that I wanted to run for school board this year. As I said, my daughter started kindergarten this year at Ellen Hopkins, and I have 2 more who are going to be on the way to Ellen Hopkins as well. I have a firm belief in the value and benefits of public education, and that it is a very important resource for the city and the community to get behind. I think that we need to work on getting rid of that feeling from some areas that education is either not important or is to be looked down upon or to be made fun of in some cases. I think that needs to be pushed to the side and see what we can do in that sense, whether that's through extra counseling or through other programs that we can institute through the school district at any level. High school graduation rate can always be improved. I think our attendance is somewhere in the 90-something%, but the graduation rate is only in the mid-80s, and I don't understand the break off there of what's happening. I think it needs to be looked at as far as why students are leaving the schools before they graduate, and then how we can get them to come back in, whether through alternate programs or in the main high school itself.
Thank you. David, same question.
Could you repeat the first part again?
Yep. What will you do to improve student success in the schools at all levels? And specifically, what will you do to improve the high school graduation rate?
Okay, I think first of all, and it's critical in the primary grades that there's pretty low numbers in the classrooms. From experience, I've taught first, second, and third grade, and knowing when you have a class of 15 compared to 26 or 28, it makes a big difference. There are several challenges with many different kids in your classroom, and that's going to be critical in the early stages. If there's success when they're early on, there'll probably be success throughout the entire career, and hopefully keep them in school, and because they like to come and like to go there. So that should also help hopefully the dropout. I think it's also important that we get people involved into discussions and follow up with the students who do drop out and find out why they are dropping out and what can we do to help them serve them better. It's just a personal contact usually is what they are missing, and that's what we need to do to make sure that they stay in school and they're either college or career ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, same question.
Thank you. And I believe that student success is so important within our schools. I think that testing preparations for standardized testing could help student success. Maybe doing some more pre-tests, and I just remember from my experience in high school, those standardized tests are just horrendous. So having that background and experience myself, I think that would be really helpful for students to have some more prep. Motivating students to strive for success by teaching them how to thrive in the real world, accountancy classes, more engaging home economics classes, things that can really get kids excited about being successful as adults. After school programs, sports and arts keep kids in school because when they're a part of those programs, they have to be academically doing well in order to still participate in those programs. So I do think that would be helpful to really emphasize to students to get involved in their schools, and that will keep them wanting to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla, same question.
I guess to first speak to the student success part, in meeting with Dr. Kovash yesterday, we were looking at success rates and things like that, and it's kind of a well-known fact that kids that come to Moorhead stay in Moorhead, do well in Moorhead, and so I think part of the challenge is having those kids stay, and that goes along with maybe the last question and making it comfortable for them and making it a place they want to be. And then the graduation rates, that's something I addressed actually even in the public forum, that I'd like to see some kind of postgraduate interview or something with our kids that are off doing various things, whether they're in college or in the military, joined the workforce, going to a tech school, whatever, or just being a citizen, and how well do we prepare them, and what we learn from that and from those recent graduates, could we do better, and we talked a lot yesterday about not just preparing everyone to go to college. That isn't a reality, but to really make good citizens and to make kids that are ready for life after high school. So I think those all kind of go together. Thanks.
Thank you. Bill, same question.
Moorhead has terrific schools. Moorhead produces terrific, outstanding students. That doesn't mean we don't have students who struggle academically, but academic high performance is the hallmark of the Moorhead schools. Currently, a lot of our students are being judged by a one-shot, high-stakes test given in the spring. We don't even get feedback on that until October. We cannot make adjustments based on that. But what is happening is those high-stakes one-shot tests are driving a curriculum so that instead of having algebra for everybody, we are now having kids taking algebra all the time in order to pass a high-stakes test. And I think that's causing some problems. The tests are dominating our curriculum. As far as graduation rate, Minnesota's computation of the grad rate is very different than North Dakota's. And so our 80% rate reflects different things. We have a much more volatile population than the Fargo schools do in terms of moving in and moving out. We also find in Minnesota, if we lose track of a student because they go to a different state, they still count against us in graduation rate if we can't show they graduated in 4 years. And we get no credit for kids who graduate in 5 years or in 6 years who dropped out for whatever reason and came back and finished and were successful. And so those kinds of numbers are used to show people not looking good. I'm convinced much of it is being done precisely for political reasons to show that the public schools aren't working, instead of celebrating the fact that we have been successful, we've got great kids, and we're doing a lot of things. And if kids start here, stay with us, they will be successful.
Thank you. Mark, same question.
Thank you. This is Mark Alberg again. And this is an issue that is near and dear to my heart. I served 10 years on the Clay County Collaborative and really focused in on truancy and mental health issues and how we could use some federal funds to work with kids. But I think number one, just what Bill said, is we've got to start treating students as individuals. We can't be focused solely on standardized tests. I understand why the school district does it. I understand why the teachers do it. Education needs to be for every individual student. We also need more counselors in the schools. We see this statewide. We need more career counselors, as Carla talked about, that every child is not going to go on to a 4-year education. Some are going to go on to military or 2-year or a certificate. We also need to work closely with the county and social services and make sure that the resources that are available through our county tax dollars are getting down to our kids in the school. We can't have a break between the tax dollars that flow from each individual up here to our students. The dropout rate, and Bill's got the numbers better than I do, it doesn't include folks that graduate with a GED. It doesn't include folks who simply move from Moorhead into West Fargo. We need to figure out a way to fix that. But those 10 years on the Clay County Collaborative, really, I want to focus in on, we're losing $6,000 a year on every dropped out student. We need to get those students back into the school district, whether that's through alternative education or traditional education. It's an economic issue. We need our graduates to help fuel the workforce here in Fargo-Moorhead. We have a 2.8% unemployment rate, but actually folks with skills, it's probably around 0%. Our employers need these kids to graduate and get skills. And finally, it's a moral issue. It's our job as a community and our job as a school board to make sure that every child graduates and has the opportunity for success.
Thank you. Scott.
And could you repeat the question?
Yes. What will you do to improve your student success in the schools at all levels? And specifically, what would you do to improve the high school graduation rate?
Okay. Just after going down the line, you get, there's so many different ideas and so many thoughts that that come to my mind. But I guess getting right down to what we can do to improve the student success. I think nowadays school is so, or the world today is, it's all about technology. I think that we need to, on a daily basis, or daily or annual basis, is just to review what type of technology our schools have and what we can do to improve that. Because everything now, I mean, with my 11-year-old and 8-year-old, everything is on the computer and everything is on a smartphone. It's incredible what things can be done. My 2-year-old knows how to take a picture on a smartphone. So getting to that point, technology is what drives our schools, and I think that's what we need to be proactive on. Now, a part of that to how to improve the graduation rate is, and as Mark said, to get the community needs those successful students. Well, I think one step to do that and to maybe get that graduation rate up is to have a more city community-wide involvement and having a work program or learning off campus, having some type of a situation where they aren't in the classroom all the time. They are out in the workforce to actually see what things are like and have that real life experience. So I think with all of those things, with technology and real life experiences, I think that's what's really going to improve our school system and up that graduation rate, is because once they see what they can do after their graduation out in the real world, this is something that they'll be excited about.
Thank you. And it looks like we have time for one more question, followed by the closing statements in the interest of time. And this question, we'll start with you, David. And the question we have from the audience is, the school board has refused to be broadcast on MCAM. How do you feel about that decision?
I personally would think it would be beneficial to have them televised on so the community can see them. I don't see a disadvantage. I think it's important for the community, if they can't make it, to see it as exposed as much as possible. I guess I think they should be televised and where public can see.
Thank you. Karen, same question.
One factor about not televising the meetings is that it does get the community to come out and gather. And our community is such a wonderful community here in Moorhead, so that is one factor. I'm sure that they have multiple reasons for not televising, but it would be something certainly that could be reviewed by the board and discussed, and if it's something the public really decides they want, then I certainly could see them reviewing whether it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla, same question.
Like Karen said, I guess I would want to know why it's been refused in the past. And when I pass the mic, Bill will probably tell us exactly why. And he'll make us look silly because he knows the answer. But there's probably a reason for it. I don't know the reason. I don't love the microphone and the cameras, and that's not why I'm running for school board, but I don't think that's a reason to not televise them. I would think there will be discussion regarding it if that's an issue that people see as something that needs to happen. And I guess I'll let Bill tell us.
Well, the community, defined broadly, has never really pushed for us to go live. We've been asked to consider it. I've heard from relatively few folks who ever raised that as an issue when I walk neighborhoods, as I meet in schools. So as far as it being a community issue, it hasn't been a big push either way. We have made the audio available on the school website, It's been on for a long time, and it's not accessed all that often. You have to understand that at the time this has come up, it's not free. We have to pick up equipment, we have to make modifications in things, and there's people time involved in all. We decided that in short dollars, you make decisions that preserve those dollars for the educational purposes. Our meetings are open, they're often very well attended, but people attend for the We Are Prouds and then they leave. There's not a tremendous amount of excitement that goes on in a school board meeting when we're going through things like the consent agenda or we're going through review of policy. Important material, yes, but not exactly moving television. The location can be a problem. Our boardroom is not set up right now to broadcast meetings. It could be. They've talked about other possible locations, but the current site would take some work to get it ready. And then the question is, that I was concerned about is, will this make for better meetings? Will we be open with each other conversationally the way we are currently? And my experience by watching board meetings of other boards on MCAM is that some really strange behaviors come out when people know they're going to be on television and you can posture before a camera. And I'm worried that the meetings will become much more political-like and much more posturing than actually dealing with the business at hand. And so in light of those kinds of things, my decision has been, it really doesn't enhance what we're doing, and I see no driving reason to do it.
Thank you. Mark, same question.
Thank you, and I disagree with Bill. I think that the school board has a responsibility. If the county's going to be videotaped, if the city's going to be videotaped, I believe that the Dilworth City Council at this point is even moving forward to be videotaped. The franchise fees that come from the cable companies, the two cable companies in town, should cover much of the expense of setting up new equipment. I understand that Probesfield is going through some modifications right now. I think working with MCAM would be brilliant. MCAM is currently located in the Moorhead High School. I think that the relationship is there, the offer's been made, and I know that serving on the city council, the meetings are at the exact same time. So oftentimes, city council members aren't able to attend the meeting, and we would like to have access to the video. And that's the most important thing. It isn't watching it live, it's having video minutes available. If you take a look at the city website, if I'm interested in a zoning issue and I'm not able to make the meeting, I can simply click on the minutes and go to the video and watch the discussion. Because currently in the city minutes, it's very brief in what it states. So I think there is a responsibility to have the video there. I think that's the way our current and modern culture is. I do understand the city council in the past has gotten a little dramatic, overly dramatic. But if you take a look at the Clay County meetings, I think that's the way a meeting should proceed. It's a little dry, but it does put onto video the responsibilities that they are carrying out. So my big issue, again, would be having those video minutes available online. And then the question of the meeting time. Do we want to have it at the exact same time as the city council? I think that that has gotten in the way of the city council meeting with the school board or having joint meetings. So I would definitely vote in favor of broadcasting the school board meetings.
Thank you. Scott, same question.
Well, as the board or panel has said, yes, there is a potential funding issue or how to fund this, but I guess at the same time with the technology and the time that people do have or do not have, I think this would be a beneficial piece for the Moorhead school system to actually have this readily available for anyone that does want to have access to it at the click of a mouse. And I guess personally wise, being on a camera, I think is well, right now a little nerve-wracking in a sense, since I'm never usually like this, but I think it will keep the board on their feet and actually keep everything on an even keel, I would hope. But dramatic-wise, we'll see. But who knows? Maybe that will make for some interesting school board meetings as well.
Thank you. Ryan.
I'll be as brief as I can on this. I see no compelling reason not to televise through MCAM the school board meetings. The audio is already available on the websites, as well as the agendas are published on the website. I believe that the video could be published on the website as well as transmitted live without any too extreme expense or logistical problems.
Thank you. And actually, we're going to do one more question. And so, Karen, we're going to start with you. Just in general, what is the top priority for your term on the school board?
Okay, my top priority for running for school board, I would say, is to make sure that the arts and sports and involvement of students in those programs continues. With our growing community, I do think it's very important to make sure that the kids in schools have that involvement. And I remember from my experience within my high school that was what really made me feel connected to my fellow students, my teammates. I played hockey. I was a vice president of my art club in high school, and I was also involved in the French club. So those clubs are really important, I feel, for students. And I'd really like to emphasize that we need to keep those programs going. And that will help with the community and the enrollment issues that we have. We really want to keep those kids having a good time at school. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla.
Well, I think that the biggest thing that we're all on the same page about is the growth of our city and the need for the physical space for our students. It's inevitable. It's got to happen. We went through the numbers yesterday. If you look, we're bursting at the seams in our elementary schools. We're almost at capacity at our high school and our middle school. So knowing full well this is going to be a time of change and a time of some tough decisions. Do we build new? Do we recycle old? Do we move here? Do we change? So not only do we have to make those decisions, but I feel it's really important the communication when those decisions are made. Not everybody's going to be happy. Not everybody's going to get exactly what they want. And so I think just if people are well aware that how we came to the conclusions we came to and that you're really doing the best for the whole school district and the community, and it's not to serve one or two specific groups of people. So I would hope we're going to grow. Let's hope we grow well, we grow nicely together, and in the end, we have a great product that enhances our children's education, because that's why we're here.
Thank you. Bill.
I would like to see the community involvement process that we now have looking at facilities. I'd like to see that through to a successful conclusion that addresses the needs of our students. Secondly, I would love to see our community realize what a gem they have in the Moorhead schools. Top-notch kids taught by top-notch teachers, administrators. We have a terrific system, and I want to see that the public recognizes it and that we move ahead through this planning process.
Thank you. Mark.
Fantastic. Thank you. This is Mark Altenberg again. My number one priority in reading through the Informed Voters Guide, my number one priority right now is physical growth of the facilities. I talked to the principal over at Ellen Hopkins. When you hear a principal say we're full, when we have 20 spots left in the entire school, when my children's elementary school is at 850 students and has no more room, and talking to the superintendent yesterday, even with the growth that we're doing right now, if we continue to have enrollments over 500, we're going to be at over 6,000 students, or are at over 6,000 students right now. Horizon Middle School has capacity for 1,300 students. You have a cohort of 1,500 students in K through 2, which means my son John will enter into Horizon, and by the time he leaves, there'll be 1,500 students in Horizon. By the time he's a senior in high school, there'll be 2,000 students. We haven't seen those numbers since the late 1970s, early 1980s. It's a safety issue. We can't have that many students in the schools without starting to have students drift away or not have that individualized attention that they need. We've talked about student success. We need to engage our students, and once we get overcrowded, I think we'll lose track of our students. So my number one priority right now, as Bill said, is working through this process and then figuring out where we're going to build the new elementary school. I think we really do need that 4th elementary school. I'd like to see it on the east side. That's my preference. out in the Horizon Shores area. But I would be open and willing for any ideas that the committee comes forward with.
Thank you. Scott.
Well, I think we're all in agreement that it is growth. That is the most important, growth and safety. I think are the two most important or key factors that we need to focus on within our school district. I, as well, like I said, my two kids, or my one son actually, is in Ellen Hopkins, and being a part of the PTAC committee at Ellen Hopkins, we just went through in our September meeting, like Mark said, there's only 20 spots left in our school. That's just staggering, and with the help of the Minnesota approval of all-day kindergarten, growth is even a bigger factor. So that is the number one focus that I think that we have to work on, and I hope that I can be a part of that in making those types of decisions. And then also keying in on the safety, we do need to make sure that all kids are accounted for in this sea of children that we will have in the next 5-10 years. And just with with communities on the other side of the river, they're going to be at a point where they're going to be at a max capacity, where those families will be moving over to the Moorhead side, and with some of the businesses that are growing and are building right now in Fargo, West Fargo, we are going to see an influx of more and more families coming over to our side of the river. With that, we have to be proactive. We have to make sure that those schools are built and ready for that flush of people coming over. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ryan.
Thank you. My top priority, as I said, is the educational opportunities available to all students at all grade levels and at all abilities. I think that is best done through smaller elementary schools, neighborhood-centric, perhaps the addition of 1 or 2 elementaries, feeding into a few more middle schools, and then finally one large high school that offers the diversity of opportunities that like Moorhead High School does. I've seen what happens in Fargo when they split high schools, when you have to double up or triple up on resources. I don't think that that's anything that Moorhead needs. I think we have the capacity right now, and we can build on to Moorhead High School to have that extra capacity for the future. Again, I think that all students need to be challenged on their individual level by their teachers, by their peers, and by their families as well.
Thank you. And David.
So, I think my top priority would be to have a plan for the future, a long-term plan that isn't just short-term, let's build quick and get the kids in there, let's have a plan for the future. I think it's important to involve the community, involve the staff, involve the school board, everybody's involved to get this plan figured out. And with this plan, we can have a budget, we can use our budget to plan accordingly. And so if it's a priority in our plan, long-term plan, it's a great way to use our money. If it's not a top priority, then that's not what we use our money for. So my initial is to get us some sort of long-term plan, and so we know what's going on, the community knows what's going on, and get the involvement and have know where we're going in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now take time for each candidate to give a 1-minute closing statement. And Carla, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I guess first I'd just like to thank the League of Women Voters for having this, and also for the people who showed up, took time out of their day. We've all got a lot going on, and it was hard to squeeze in. I didn't think I could make it, and we made it happen. So, and also just thank you to each and every one of you that stepped up to run for the board, because I do think quality candidates make for a better race. And like Bill said, good intentions don't get the votes, so go out and vote on November 4th. Thanks.
I'd like to thank the League for sponsoring this candidate forum. I really hope that the school board race does not get lost on a ballot that has races for state offices, U.S. Senator, state representative, county board members, and at least one judge. That was one of the concerns I had when we went to even year elections. School board member elections matter. We encourage you to vote. My mother has asked if I enjoyed being on the school board. My honest answer is yes, because I believe that membership on a school board has allowed me to use my professional preparation and my personal commitment to education in a very powerful way. It is in that sense that I chose a slogan for my literature some time ago: prepared to serve. I see the school board as an opportunity for me to bring to bear my professional background with a commitment to community service that has been here for almost 30 years. I believe I have served the school board district honorably during my first 3 terms, and I would ask you to allow me the privilege to continue in this important role. And remember, every vote counts.
Thank you. And Mark.
Thank you so much. Mark Altenberg, running for school board here in Moorhead. Again, thank you to the League of Women Voters of the Red River Valley. You do an invaluable service to our community. And thank you to the Moorhead Public Library. I like this setup. I like this setup better than any of the setups I've seen in the past. When I got on the city council in 2010, everyone was talking about the gray wave and how Moorhead was going to shrink and it was going to get older, and we needed to really start concentrating on working with our seniors. And I believe that's critically important. What we didn't see coming was the growth that we're in right now. We honestly did not see it coming. We had 14% growth in the metro in the last 3 years. That's amazing. Discussions about West Fargo and Fargo's capacity to grow. Over 50% of the population of Fargo lives in rental housing. One of the first places they look is in Fargo, then they go to West Fargo, and then they come over to Moorhead. And a lot of families, when they get over to Moorhead and they see what we have to offer in the neighborhoods in the school district, they choose Moorhead. We're going to grow. We're going to grow significantly over the next decade. I'm convinced of that. And we need to grow smart, absolutely. I believe that a new elementary school is a high priority, but also that long-range planning. What does the future hold when it comes to online teaching, when it comes to vocational teaching, when it comes to internships and getting kids into the workforce? I'm going to do everything I can if I'm elected to make sure that Moorhead continues to have the highest quality schools in the metro. I believe that it does right now. I believe that you have great people on the school board, and I'd like to join them. I ask for your vote this fall.
Thank you. Scott.
Thank you. Thank you again to the League of Women Voters and the Moorhead Public Library for hosting the event. I guess, looking back at the everyone's comments, we are on the same page here. Growth is very important. Adding to that, technology, I think, is something that we also need to consider greatly to keep our students on the up and up with today's society, and also with that graduation rate, and that with that influx of students that is coming in, that's going to be a very important piece to make sure that we do have that high graduation rate, to make sure that each child is accounted for, to make sure that they are not lost. So I think with community and city involvement, businesses in the community can really take a hand in helping out with our education system in the Moorhead Public Schools. With that, as Mark said, with the city growing in a positive way, what better way than to get our city leaders, our communities, our businesses in Moorhead to help out with Moorhead Public Schools. With that, I hope to see everyone out on November 4th to vote, and I'd appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thanks. And Ryan.
Thank you to the League of Women Voters, the Moorhead Public Library, and everyone who came out to participate in this event. My name again is Ryan Jensen. I'm a candidate for school board. My belief is that school boards are, the role of a school board is to represent the residents and the taxpayers of the city in providing the quality of education that their children require and deserve. As a school board member, I would work tirelessly to ensure that the funds what little funds we do receive through public money, through state grants and other sources, is put to the most efficient use in creating a quality educational atmosphere for all of our students, not just the high flyers, not just the ones who need extra help, but for every student at every level. Thank you.
Thank you. David.
I also like to thank all of you for coming out today and to listen, and all the people who are listening on TV. I just want to give Moorhead an opportunity to elect somebody who's in the trenches of the education profession every day throughout their career. I think it's important that we keep working hard. I know the standards. I know how everything works in the classrooms. I'm here to fight for the staff of Moorhead, because I know the staff that is important for a good education. If they're happy, the kids are happy, and everybody else is happy. I'm going to work hard to fight and to involve the community as well, because they are our schools. And so appreciate your vote on the 4th of November, and I look forward to the challenge of being on the school board. Thank you.
Thanks. And Karen.
Thank you. Karen Stensgaard, also running for school board. I also wanted to thank the League of Women Voters and the Moorhead Public Library for hosting. Also my fellow candidates. Every single person up here took the time out of their day, and I really appreciate everybody stepping up and coming out. I chose this community. I could have moved anywhere in the metro area, and I chose Moorhead. I'm from Fargo, and I chose to live here because I see this community as a supportive, progressive, innovative, and wonderful community. And I hope to be able to help serve on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to thank all the candidates for the Moorhead School Board for being here today. And also, this forum will be available on the League of Women Voters website. The House 4B Candidate Forum is coming up, followed by statements made by the District 9 candidates for judge. And then for more information on the League of Women Voters or to become a member, please visit our website or Facebook page. Thank you, and thank you, everyone.
that time. All right, good afternoon and welcome to the League of Women Voters Candidate Forum for District 4A. Please join me in welcoming our candidates, Representative Ben Lean and Brian Grammer. All right, we'll begin with opening statements from each candidate. Candidate Lean.
Well, thank you, Jolene, for moderating today, and certainly thank the library and the League of Women Voters for putting this on. This is a really nice facility. You know, I think Mark Altenberg was commenting how this is one of the nicer facilities he's had candidate forums and debates, and I have to agree with that. My name is Ben Lean. I'm the state representative here in District 4A, which is Moorhead and Oakport Township. It's been my first term in the legislature. I won my first election in 2012, and so I'm running for re-election here this year. And looking back on the last 2 years, you know, I think the state of Minnesota has really progressed at quite a really incredible level. I hear folks down in St. Paul say this. I hear folks back in the district here say this, that we've really done more in the last 2 years than previous legislatures had done in the previous 10 years before that. So, you know, I think we really have a choice to make here statewide as to, you know, what direction we want to go for this state. You know, do we want to continue moving forward with the progress we've started, or do we really want to fall back and continue with a lot of the budget gimmicks, the school shifts, continuing to make cuts on the state level and pass that burden on to local governments, students, renters, seniors, the disabled, farmers, elderly, property taxpayers. You know, the list really goes on and on. So I think, again, for us, it's about really looking at the issues, studying the candidates, looking at the facts, and making a determination in terms of what direction do we want to go for the state. And personally, you know, I think we really owe it to ourselves to continue moving forward and continue with the progress that has been started over the last 2 years. So thank you all for attending, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Candidate Grammer.
Thanks, Jolene. I want to thank the Moorhead Library and the League of Women Voters as well. I'm an entrepreneur. I create businesses sometimes in marketplaces that don't exist. Sometimes I take businesses that already exist and I change the business model to make them better. In order to do that, you have to be a big thinker, a creative thinker. You've got to work very hard. And you've got to have a lot of passion and determination to succeed. I love Moorhead. I grew up here. My family grew up here. I have 2 brothers that still live here. All 3 of us live here. And I have 9 nephews and nieces, between my kids, my 9 nephew and nieces, we all live here. I want Moorhead to be my next project. I want to make Moorhead better than it already is. It's great, but it can be a lot better. And I disagree with some of the things that the past legislature has done the last years, and I disagree wholeheartedly that we've moved forward. St. Paul and Minneapolis are doing better, but outstate Minnesota, or that's what they like to call us, even though I like to call us greater Minnesota, is not doing, and we're not seeing the results. They're getting their unfair share. And I represent Moorhead, not St. Paul, Minneapolis, and not a party.
Thank you. We'll start with our first questions here, and I'll remind the audience that if you would like to ask a question, there are white cards available, and you can just hold them up, and a league member will collect them. We'll start with Mr. Grammer. If you were elected, what would be your top priority during your term?
Well, the top priority has to be changing our tax code, and specifically our border city tax legislation. We have to create some border city tax legislation that makes meaningful impact on Moorhead, because we have a competitive environment with North Dakota, and frankly, for that matter, Minnesota has a competitive environment and with the entire country. We're in a world economy, and we have to look at it that way. We've got to change. We look at property tax relief, which is very important, and I think you're going to find when you on October 15th, when you get your tax bill, that your property taxes did not go down, despite what anybody tells you. They did not go down. Farmers are, in a very tough spot right now because they were told they're going to get property tax relief, and they were prevented from getting some property tax relief because it was said to them that that the marketplace was so good that they didn't need as much. Well, the marketplace has turned, as it does in farming quite frequently, and those farmers need relief. But besides property tax relief, we need to create other forms of tax relief for border cities, such as sales and use tax. We need to create demand to get businesses over here. Property tax relief alone will not create the demand we need to fill our empty street corners and all of the other vacant buildings we have. We have very few buildings for businesses to move in Moorhead, but the buildings we have are vacant. If you look at the U.S. Bank building, it's never been full with businesses. It's never been 100% full. We have to do a lot more to get those businesses over here and create programs that create demand. Because if we don't do that, we're not going to fill those empty street corners. We're not going to fill those vacant buildings, and the tax burden for our services to keep the services that we all love are going to fall on less and less people, and that's the middle class people of Moorhead.
Thank you, Mr. Lean.
Well, I do agree with my opponent that border city issues certainly need to be the focus of this district. I think we all in this room know this as well. And I focused my first 2 years in the legislature, the last 2 years, really on our district, on those border city issues. And we were able to reduce property taxes for border city businesses by 30%. We got another $1.5 million into the border city enterprise and development zone, which of course help businesses grow, hire new workers. And so, that's going to continue to be my focus is the border city legislation, making the program we have stronger. I'm going to be fighting to make that a permanent appropriation so we don't have to keep going back to the legislature session after session asking for it. I think that would be very beneficial. Also, I really focused on flood mitigation work over the last 2 years, and we were able to secure the final dollars to finish Moorhead's flood work, about $14.2 million. So that construction should be completed later this year, early next year. We do still have some flood work to finish in Oakport Township. I believe it's about $4.8 million or so to finish the last phase of the Oakport levee work. So that will also be a priority for me. Now, statewide, I think we need to continue, again, just building on the progress we started over the last 2 years. And I think education is going to be a big part of that. We need to continue to close the funding gap between Greater Minnesota and the metropolitan schools. We need to continue closing the achievement gap between students of color, minority students, and Caucasian students. And also, we need to continue to focus on higher education. I was a proponent of the tuition freeze over the last 2 years. I think that's a good direction for us to continue to go in. But we also need to focus on existing debt students have, ways we can get students to, help them with some of that pressure. And we can also do that by addressing our workforce issues here in Greater Minnesota and across the state, by giving students debt incentives to go back into Greater Minnesota and fill those jobs that are very high demand, such as nursing, healthcare, manufacturing, and also students who want to go into their own business, become entrepreneurs.
Thank you. Next question, we'll start with candidate Lean. What is the state's role in economic development?
I think it's a very big role, and we actually did, in my mind, some very good things for economic development over the last 2 years. We put $54 million into two different programs, the Job Creation Fund and the Minnesota Investment Fund. And we're starting to see now with the Job Creation Fund, we've used about 12 million of those dollars, of the 24 put into that program. So about half the dollars we appropriated, and we're seeing an 18 to $1 ratio in terms of what that's leveraging for private capital. So with that 12 million, we're seeing about 224 million come out of the private sector for business growth. We also did some work with transportation economic development. There's a specific program to get people back to work, creating roads, bridges, the infrastructure that our economy is going to continue to need going forward to really, continue to become that strong economy. And when you look at Minnesota's economy, we were recently ranked in Forbes magazine as the number 8 place to do business in the state or in the country. That was last year. And this year, taking a look at CNBC study, we're at number 6 in terms of the best state in which to do business. Now, you take a look for the 2014 ranking, that's actually ahead of both North and South Dakota. And a big reason why Minnesota, is toward the top of the country in business development is our workforce, our education, access to capital, and transportation infrastructure. And so, we really hit on those issues of helping businesses access capital, helping businesses leverage private sector capital, really focusing on education from all-day kindergarten, all the way up to higher education. And we did do some work with transportation this last session. We put $743 million into transportation, $300 million through a Corridors of Commerce program that's really focusing on state highways, U.S. highways, to really ensure that goods and services can move across the state. So I think there is a role for the state certainly to play in economic development, and I think Minnesota is doing a good job of that, and we need to continue on those positive programs.
Thank you. Candidate Grammer.
Well, I just heard Ben talk a lot about the state of Minnesota, and all the stuff the state of Minnesota is doing for K-12 education, for job creation. The state of Minnesota has the slowest economic job growth rate in the country right now. The entire country is coming out of the Great Recession, and so many jobs were lost that the only place you can go is up. But there are many, many other places in the country where the job growth rate is much, much higher, so it's easy to use those statistics. More importantly, he keeps talking about the state of Minnesota. What about Moorhead? How many jobs were created from the Job Creation Fund in Moorhead? How many private sector jobs were created in Moorhead? It's interesting, 60% of the people who work in Moorhead work in North Dakota. So I'm very connected to the entrepreneur world. He just said he wants to create jobs for entrepreneurs, okay? Most of the entrepreneurs I know choose North Dakota. They have access to capital at much greater amounts than you do in Moorhead, because they have tax credit programs where if you make an investment in a primary sector business over there as an individual, you get a tax credit. So people are going to make their investments accordingly. They've got programs that create demand, like those programs for the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs don't need buildings. They don't want buildings. They don't want land. So therefore, property tax breaks don't do anything for them, because if their business grows fast enough, they're going to outgrow that space, and they're going to have a building they don't need. They don't want the liability associated with the building, and they don't want the insurance costs. They want to take every dollar they have and invest in hiring people, putting it into the business. And that's just one of the disconnects between Ben and I. He doesn't understand that world. I live it. I know what the entrepreneurs want. I know what they seek. I know what they desire. I know what makes them move somewhere versus one location versus another. So the role that government should play in economic development is they should provide stability, simple tax structures, simplicity, programs that you can understand without loopholes, so that they create the structure, the entrepreneurs will come. You create demand, you create programs that entrepreneurs care about, and they'll come. And that's the role government should play.
Thank you. Next question starts with candidate Grammer. Too many working families cannot afford childcare. What is your solution?
Well, one of the things that we don't want to do to the childcare industry that we've done to so many others, like, for example, speaking with Moorhead Manor for the disabled and the elderly, they would like to expand their facility, but because of over-regulation by the state, it makes it economically unaffordable for them to do it. The regulatory environment, they were told by a consultant, the Moorhead Manor, is so egregious in Minnesota that they cannot afford to expand. They wanted to do it and they couldn't. They couldn't cash flow it. They're one of the only facilities in Moorhead that cater to the middle and lower income disabled and elderly people, and it's really unfortunate. They do a great job. So the same goes with childcare. I've heard from many child care providers in Moorhead that forcing them to join a union is causing their expenses to go up and making less and less of them want to be in the child care business. Again, if we have a shortage of a particular need, whether it be child care or something else, over-regulating it is not going to make more people want to get into that. It's not going to make them want to start a child care business. So we have to be careful. What's intended to be, sometimes in government when you make laws, intended to be good can sometimes be bad. We can over-legislate. And I saw that when I was on the city council 12 years ago. We made laws sometimes that everyone thought were the best of intentions, and pretty soon, within a few years, they had the opposite effect of what they intended to have. And I think that's one of the things I'm good at, is foreseeing that. Seeing that if we do this, what seems to be a no-brainer is going to have unintended consequences that might hurt us. And in the child care business, if we want to get more people in the child care business, we have to really look at the regulations and how we're demotivating people to enter that, because we're going to need more people to do it.
Thank you. Candidate Lean.
Well, I would like to use a little bit of this time to touch on some of the economic growth we have seen here in Moorhead. There was a program that we had passed, a part of, it's called a BDPI program. It helps with public infrastructure to also allow the private sector to grow, and DMN Industries was able to expand as a result of that program here in Moorhead. And again, that was about $9.5 million, not just the BDPI, but also other economic development programs like that, separate from the two I had mentioned previously, where we had $9.5 million in state investments, and that's turned around to, I believe, $244 million again in the private sector growth. And when you take a look at the home builders numbers through the second quarter of 2014, we've seen 12, I believe it was 12 permits for new construction for commercial industrial. Now, this is not quite up to the level we were at last year. Last year we were at 16, but it's certainly a good start to the year. And I really don't see any slowing down in construction, whether it be the commercial industrial or the residential. Touching a little bit on childcare, the union vote the legislature took was not forcing anybody into a union. It was giving childcare providers the right to vote, whether they want to join whether they want to form a union. And I think when we talk about childcare, I think we need to, look at education with this, taking a look at closing that achievement gap again between minority students and white students. And a big part of that is going to be more early childhood options for 4 and 5-year-olds. We certainly got a good start on that the last couple of years, of course. Moorhead started all-day kindergarten last academic year, even before they took the initiative early on before the state was going to fund it. And so now this academic year, families all across the state have all-day kindergarten. Not only that, but we also provided school lunches for all K-12 students, so they'll not just have a place to go and learn throughout the day, but also the opportunity to get the nutrition they need to to help them learn.
Thank you. Next question starts with candidate Lean. Our population is aging. What do we need to do to prepare for this?
This is, it really is a very important issue, not just for Minnesota, but also the entire country. I know a lot of folks have referred to this as kind of the silver tsunami, or the senior wave coming in with baby boomers, retiring and going into elderly care and long-term care. And we need to get ahead of this. We need to have a really frank, comprehensive conversation on how we're going to do this, whether it be dedicated funding, whether we just, get more innovative with the private sector. I know, I believe it was the Department of Human Services recently issued $5.3 million grants to help nonprofits, for-profit organizations in our communities in the private sector partner with the state of Minnesota to provide services. And a lot of these programs, too, are helping seniors stay in the homes if that's what they choose to do. I think it's important for seniors to have options, whether they want to go into traditional nursing home settings or whether they want to stay in their homes. And it's much more cost effective in terms of public spending to allow seniors to stay in their homes. Plus it helps them feel, continue to feel a part of the community. So I think there are a lot of things we can do there to not just provide the care, but also to do it in a more cost-effective manner. And this really has to be a major issue that we're looking at for the state as well as the entire country.
Thank you. Candidate Grammer.
Well, it's funny. I've heard a lot of different discussions about this, and they're usually around government programs, new ones being created or enhanced, which are important. But one of the things, as I've talked to several of the people that have made a lifetime helping the elderly and disabled, is there needs to be a cultural shift in the United States. We need to, as people, we need to, I grew up this way where I honor my parents and I honor the elderly. And if my mom and dad need to move into my house, there's a spot for them. And so many young people today don't think that way. They don't think about their parents and what the future holds, and they don't plan for it. We need to educate young people to think about planning for their parents, think about how to take care of their parents. I mean, we have to create a culture where we take care of our oldest people, because they have so many great values. Some of my best friends, one of them in the audience right here, 79 years old, Randy Stephenson, have taught me so much in my life, and my parents have taught me so much, and they're back there, and I appreciate them being here. And so we have to think culturally as a society, how do we take care of the elderly better? We have to think creatively, and we have to install that trade in our kids. Like it is in me. I mean, again, my wife's mom's a social worker. She's got a spot in my house whenever she needs it. My mom and dad have a spot in my house whenever they need it. And I just think that's going to be a big way to take care of this problem, in addition to looking at the programs and figuring out how to enhance them.
Thank you. Next question starts with candidate Grammer. MSU Moorhead recently went through a budget deficit reduction process. What strategies do you anticipate would you implement at the state legislature to support our MNSCU institution? Well,
as you may or may not know, I'm a Moorhead State graduate, now Minnesota State University, Moorhead. I'm proud of that school. I went to that school because I had to pay for my own college, and I lived in Moorhead, and it was down the street from my house. I lived on 11th Street. I was very proud of all the teachers I had there. They all were very good. They taught me a ton. And it's a great asset that we have in Moorhead. We have to work with Moorhead State, Minnesota State University, Moorhead, to figure out how to get them more entrenched in our community. Business, I met with Ann Blackhurst. We have to get the business community and Moorhead State to work together. Part of what we need to do to change their budget problem is get growth back. They have declining enrollment. And the biggest problem, I was told, is trying to market Moorhead State in Moorhead to students. Our downtown is in decay. Ben was talking about the Home Builders Association statistics and all this growth we see. The fact is that I met with the Home Builders Association. I met with their board. What we've been getting is leftovers, and we like to tout them because anybody that's willing to live here, like the rest of us that are proud of it, we're happy to have them here, okay? But we're not growing fast enough. We have to redevelop our downtown, and we have to take all the empty street corners and lots, and we gotta get them developed, because if we don't do that, it's gonna be harder and harder to market Moorhead to students. They wanna have amenities around them. They wanna be able to walk to college and walk to their job. Most of our students at Moorhead State don't live in Moorhead. They live over in Fargo. We have to provide housing, jobs, entertainment, those types of services if we want to be a college community and have those college kids stay here. There was a joke at Moorhead State when I was there, and it still exists from what I could tell after I talked to Ann Blackhurst. They call themselves a suitcase community. People come during the week to go to school and then they leave. We have to change that. It's a great asset. That's going to help their budget problem in the future if we can get their enrollment up. That's the best way to do it. We have to work together to get that done.
Thank you. Candidate Lean.
Well, I do agree with, excuse me, Mr. Grammer, that we do need to figure out a way to bring students into the community more, to feel students as though they're a part of the community, a part of Moorhead, because not just Minnesota State Moorhead, but all of our institutions of higher ed here in Moorhead really are gems of our community. I mean, you look at where people work in Moorhead, it's in education, so it's not just, in my mind at least, not just about the students, but about the economic development that comes from that. Taking a look at the state level, you know, I do serve on the higher ed committee. It's a passion of mine. I'm very passionate about the issue, not just for what it means for District 4A, but also what it means for the state, what it means for the students. And I will say, I was pretty frustrated over the last couple of years with some of the issues at MnSCU and a lot of the retrenchments and early separations that's caused here in Moorhead. And we need to sit down with the MnSCU system and be on the same page, be on the same footing in terms of not just the appropriations the state gives to the system, but also what is that system doing with those appropriations? How are they making sure those appropriations are hitting the classrooms, preparing students to go out and become leaders in our state, preparing students to lead Minnesota's economy into the 21st century? And that really brings the point about more workforce needs in the state. When I hear from the private industry, you know, what's the biggest challenge for Minnesota's economy in the future? I don't hear folks talk about taxes. Folks here talk about the need to fill jobs and the skills gap left by the baby boom generation going into retirement. We need to fill these jobs in nursing, in healthcare, in manufacturing, in the trades. I heard the same thing from the home builders. So it's really, I think, a two-part issue, you know, making sure that we're holding MnSCU accountable for the dollars and the resources the state appropriates, and also making sure those dollars and resources are going into the classroom to prepare our students to become, you know, the exceptional 21st century workforce that Minnesota has traditionally been known for.
Thank you. The next question starts with Candidate Lean. What role will you play in increasing women's economic security in the state?
The 2014 legislature did pass a bill, which I did support, the Women's Economic Security Act, or WESA, as it was called. And this is, you know, I think a really good piece to bring, you know, women into the economy. It's going to help women entrepreneurs. It's going to level the playing field in terms of pay, equal pay for equal work. You know, it's also going to help pregnant women, whether it be while they are pregnant or while they're nursing, taking care of the baby, so they can make that transition more smoothly from, you know, from the hospital, so to speak, to the workforce. So, you know, I think we did some really good things here in the last year for women's economic security, and you know, I think this needs to be a larger question, or a larger answer, I should say, about what we can continue to do for economic development in the state. There were 3 proposals actually introduced and actually being implemented by deed, one of which is the Greater Minnesota Job Expansion Program, which is actually going to allow businesses to get sales tax refunds up to 7 years for business expansions they've made. I think we need to continue helping out smaller businesses as well. You know, moving forward, whether it be with our own Border City program or whether it be more economic development programs on the state level, I think it would really be incumbent on us to kind of fence off or dedicate money to small businesses, whether that's businesses who employ 100 people or 50 people, but really making sure that those resources are getting to the folks who are our Main Street business community.
Thank you. Candidate Grammer.
Well, anything we can do to help the economic security of women is important. I mean, we need in the future we're going to have a labor shortage. That's just a fact. As the baby boomers leave the workforce, they're a giant part of our population. We're going to need skilled workers. So we need to encourage women, and I've participated in some of these programs, to get into fields that typically haven't been have typically been dominated by men. For example, technology fields. There's a lot of programs out there. There's a really neat one, and I have it written down at home where I heard this lady talk about. She's got a whole program where she encourages women and they incentivize women and help pay for their college to help them become programmers, engineers, software engineers. And those are high-paying jobs. They're good jobs, and those are the types of programs. We need more and more of those programs, and that's a private program. It's not funded by the state. It's funded privately, and they get their own funding, and they do a great job. And there's more and more of those programs starting. We need to, the business community and just the overall community needs to support these types of programs because they're just really important. And the great thing about her program is because it's privately funded, she can access the business community and she can network and she can help these people once they become programmers find great jobs. And so again, anything that we can do, I mean, some of the things that Ben talked about were important, and it sounds like they started tackling these issues at the state capitol, and we need to continue those discussions because it's not going to be just we can't just have public answers to solve this problem. They need to be private ones as too, private answers as well, and there's a lot of good private organizations tackling this issue every day because there is a shortage of women in some of the highest paying jobs that have been dominated by men. And I've got 2 daughters. I've got triplets that are 9, 2 daughters and a boy. And my daughters are very important to me. I also have a wife that's way smarter than me. She's got a lot more education than I do, and she's a school psychologist and a special education coordinator, and she is a pretty special person. So, I mean, women issues are very important to me, and one of the things besides this that I want to address at the state capitol is stricter penalties for abuse of women in Minnesota. We have very lenient laws compared to other states as far as prosecuting people and what kind of sentences they get for abusing women. And when I was at my last company, one of our top nonprofits that we supported was the Rape and Abuse Crisis Center. And so all of those issues are very, very important to me, and I take it personal when I see attack ads go out against me that are blatantly false and slanderous about how I feel about women and women's health issues. So I'm very much on board.
Thank you. Next question starts with candidate Grammer. Many Minnesotans are paying more than they can afford for housing. What will you do to address the affordable housing issue?
The affordable housing issue is an issue all over the United States, not just in Minnesota. And a lot of that has to do with the cost of building houses and the regulatory environment that we put on the cost of building houses. One small example of that is a law that they passed in Minnesota to require commercial-grade sprinkler systems in the building of new homes. That added, if you talk to anyone, and I actually have a business that I support, it's a small one-person contractor that I helped get his business off the ground in Oakport Township. I'm a silent partner of his. If you ask him or any of his friends that build houses, there's $10,000 added on the cost of building the house from that one regulation that does not exist in almost any other state but Minnesota. Why? Here's why. Somebody said it's safer. Okay, but if you look at the stats, the number of houses that burned down or that wouldn't have burned down if they would have had a commercial grade sprinkler system in it, it's absolutely ludicrous that we put this on. So let's keep regulating things to the nth degree like that so that people are homeless, because that's much safer to be homeless, right, than to have a commercial grade sprinkler system in your house. It doesn't make any sense. And this is what Ben voted for in the last legislative session. This is just one of many things that we have to change. We have to stop looking at problems through a microscope, and we have to think of the unintended consequences when we try to do something for the good and how it might end up being for the bad.
Thank you. Candidate Lean.
Well, the the decision on mandating sprinklers in new home starts was actually made before I was in the legislature. I actually signed 3 bills over the last couple of years to repeal this mandate for new commercial grade sprinkler systems in housing starts. So I certainly agree with Mr. Grammer that it is an issue we need to address, and no, I don't support it actually. But I think, taking a look at homelessness on a broader perspective, I did sign legislation that appropriated $100 million for grants statewide that organizations can apply for statewide for supportive housing in our communities. And I did some research. I know there's been some controversy in Moorhead lately with local organization applying for one of these grants and wanting to build one of these facilities in Moorhead. And so I did some research, and I found that actually the state of Utah, traditionally conservative state, at least in my mind, actually found that it's much more cost effective to the state to build supportive housing and provide folks that live in these facilities with case managers than it is to have these folks going through our jail system, our detox system, emergency medical care system, the emergency shelters. It costs roughly $17,000 on the taxpayer per person on the taxpayers to be continuing to support folks through emergency services versus $11,000 to provide permanent housing for them. And when you talk about homelessness and you talk about poverty issues, housing is the fundamental issue that we need to address here. I mean, if folks don't have a safe place to stay, if folks can't put down a permanent home address, it's much more difficult for them to get job applications out. It's much more difficult for them to, be presentable for job interviews. So this is a big issue that we do need to continue to address. And with vacancy rate in Moorhead right around 2.3%, housing and homelessness is an issue. Even if we don't see it every day, it is an issue in our community. And, this is something that we need to be creative on to address.
Thank you. Candidate Grammer? Candidate Lean. Last question, and then we'll go to closing statements. What are your thoughts on the diversion and its effect on your district?
Well, I do want to make it clear that I do think we do need permanent flood protection in the Fargo-Moorhead area. I think the diversion is the way to do this. I think it's just a matter of now, I shouldn't say representation on the diversion authority, but equal partnership on this project. There's, of course, been controversy after controversy on this issue, and, we really need to all be on the same page on a final solution for this project. I do think this project does need to be built. I do think it will be built. But we all need to make sure that on both sides of the river, both sides of the state, we're in agreement on how this is going to move forward. And I say that because it's not just about the dollars and cents, who's paying for it, who's going to benefit from it. We have to look at the political reality of this. And if the political reality is that the Minnesota side, whether it be on the legislative level, the congressional level, does not support the proposed project, that does call into question funding for the project. So ultimately, we do have to be on the same page in terms of how this is going to get done. I think we all know where the actual diversion channel is going to be, but more so where the staging area is going to be, where the tieback levee is going to be. And I know the Minnesota DNR, I've been a little frustrated, I will say. I thought their environmental impact statement was going to be done late this year. It's right now scheduled to be done spring, March of 2015, with a public comment period to follow, and then the final report, I believe, will be issued October, November 2015. So I think folks on all sides of this issue need to slow down, let the DNR do its work, because there is still a process we have to follow here. The federal WRDA bill was premised on all local permits being issued for the project. So we need to slow down, let the DNR do its work, really study all options that are on the table, and at the end of the day, come to an agreement both states can get behind and support.
Thank you. Candidate Grammer.
I agree with much of what Ben said. However, what we need is leadership. And we need the leadership at the city level, the state representative, and any other stakeholders, so citizens, property owners that are affected by it, to get together and come up with what are we agreeing upon. How much is it going to cost, and what's the final decisions going to be made on this list of things that we need, this list of problems that we need to solve before we can move forward, so that we go in with one voice. The most frustrating thing I've seen with the flood diversion project is, first off, Winnipeg is protected to 750 years. Grand Forks is protected to 245 years. Moorhead is protected to 100 years after the work we've just done, or approximately 100 years. And Fargo will be protected to 100 years shortly after they finish their projects. The problem is Minot just had a 500-year flood. We know climate change is going to make more water an every year occurrence here. It's going to happen more, and we're going to have a higher flood than we've had before. Right now, we've never had a flood that reached the 100-year stage based on the new numbers. So our record flood hasn't hit the 100-year stage. So we've got to move faster. We've got to get together and solve these problems. And having the governor come in at the nth hour and all of a sudden weigh in on it was poor leadership. And we have to call him on that, because this is our town. We need to protect our town. Moorhead and Oakport Township. He could, with that kind of leadership, derail this entire project, and we'll never get the permanent flood protection. We need to figure out how much we're going to pay, how we're going to come up for that how we're going to come up with that money, and we need to figure out timelines of when we're going to move forward. It can't be this go and stop and go. Okay, now someone from the Minneapolis St. Paul is going to come and weigh in on this at the 11th hour, and now it's stop again. Okay, now we got a new demand that they didn't know about before. That's not how you get things done. So I'm very concerned about how this has been managed by our leaders, and we need to change it. We need to get together, and we need to figure it out, because it's very, very, very important. The other thing is we have to start representing Moorhead. If you're a representative, you represent Moorhead. You don't represent the state of Minnesota. If you want to represent the state of Minnesota, be the governor or be a state senator. A representative is elected every 2 years because they're supposed to be close to the people's problems. That's what the design of the position is. I want to represent Moorhead, not a party. I want to represent Moorhead.
Thank you. Now we'll move to 1-minute closing statements, starting with candidate Grammer.
I've heard a lot of talk tonight about all the things we did for St. Paul, Minneapolis. I've got a list of all the projects that we funded in St. Paul, Minneapolis on my phone right here. It's a huge, giant list. Oh, and I've also got a list of all the projects we funded in other cities in greater Minnesota. What's interesting is there's not very many things on this list for Moorhead. Again, the state representative for Moorhead and Oakport Township represents approximately 40,000 residents that live in Moorhead and Oakport Township. That's who we represent. Dilworth, Hawley, they already have their own representative. If you want to represent a bigger area, then you could be a senator like Mr. Eakin. If you want to represent the state of Minnesota, then you can be the governor. Our job is to represent Moorhead. That's what we do. That means Concordia, tuition freeze. Tuition freeze doesn't help Concordia. In fact, tuition freeze isn't based off means and need. If the design of the program was to give people that didn't have the means to pay for college, well, it didn't do that. It gave subsidies to the richest people that go to the U of M and the MnSCU system as well. It didn't give anything to the private college kids that need funding. They should have doubled the amount in the state grant program if they wanted it to be for people that needed money. That's the only program based off means to go to college, the state grant program. That program gets very little funding as a percentage. I think it's 3% of the entire cost of higher education comes from the state grant program. We should have put the money in there if we really wanted to achieve that goal. Again, if we were looking at Moorhead and who you represent, you should have looked at how that affected Concordia College. Concordia College has declining enrollment as well. The average income of a family that sends someone to a private college like Concordia is less than the University of Minnesota system. Is less. Because they go there for all kinds of reasons, not just they go there for the liberal arts education, but they also go there sometimes for the religious teachings, other things. It doesn't mean they're rich. Again, we represent more at K through 12 education. Minneapolis, St. Paul got most of that increase in funding. Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the surrounding counties get an average of $13,000 per student. We get $10,000. We get $10,000. Why is that? Because they're supposedly more diversified. They call us a rural community, but wait a second, we have a river that separates what would be the second largest city or third largest city in Minnesota if you counted Fargo. We have urban problems and suburban problems just like Minneapolis, St. Paul. You just heard Bill Tomhave talk about 50 different languages represented in the school district. We have to change the discussion. That's what I do as an entrepreneur. We change them from pigeonholing us. We discuss with them how they're wrong, and then we get that fair funding. Do you know that we're going to have a referendum in Moorhead now for the schools pretty soon, more than likely to cover a budget deficit? If we had that $3,000 per student that we should have, that equitable funding that we don't have, then we wouldn't have to have a referendum. Okay, again, we represent Moorhead, not the state of Minnesota as a representative, and that's what I'll do when I go down there.
Thank you, candidate Lean.
Well, thank you again, Jolene, for moderating today, and I do want to again thank the league and the library for hosting us. This is, again, a really nice facility to do these candidate forums, and thank you all for coming out, asking us questions, take time out of your day to hear from us, Mr. Grammer and myself, about our ideas and what we want to do for Moorhead and for the state of Minnesota. And at the end of the day, you have to look at the results, and the results are that $33.2 million in new funding came into District 4A, whether that's direct property tax relief, LGA, K-12 funding, higher ed tuition freezes, and the state grant program. You take a look at the bonding dollars for the flood work, the bonding dollars at M-State for their transportation facility expansion, $33.2 million in new dollars. And so when I talk about progress, this is what I'm talking about. When I talk about the work the legislature did over the last 2 years, this is what I'm talking about. And we made great efforts over the last 2 years to really fight for greater Minnesota. And if you talk to metropolitan folks or suburban folks, you'll hear that. They were pretty frustrated, actually, over the last 2 years. They felt, especially with K-12 funding, that they got the short end of the stick, that they got railroaded by greater Minnesota. So, again, when you look at the results, I think it's evident that the state is moving forward. We have the 5th fastest growing economy in the country, more jobs than ever before we've had in the state, and we completely turned around the budget deficit, owing $627 million on the state budget, another $800 million to K-12 schools. We completely reversed that, paying back the schools, stopping the gimmicks, stopping the shifts, doing budgeting in an honest, responsible manner. And so I think, again, the choice is clear what direction we want to go as a state. And certainly November 4th, you'll all have your opportunity to make that choice. So thank you all again. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Just a reminder, the recording will be available on the League of Women Voters of the Red River Valley website. We're going to take a quick break before we welcome the candidates for District 9A judge. And again, thank you to our candidates for District 4A for your time this afternoon. All right, we are going to get started here. Okay, so this next panel I mistakenly introduced, and it is the candidates for the District 7 judge race. And we have Judge Stephen Cahill and Ken Kohler here. And due to the nature of their race, they will each just provide a 5-minute statement, and we won't have any questions. So to start, candidate Cahill.
Thank you. My name is Steve Cahill. I have been a district judge here for 8.5 years. I was appointed in 2006 by Governor Pawlenty, and then I was elected 2 years later in 2008, so we have another election coming up this November. My background, I have lived in Moorhead pretty much all my life. I was born in Minneapolis. My family came here to Moorhead when I was 10 years old. Graduated from Shanley High School, went to Moorhead State for a couple of years. Then I transferred to Winona and graduated from Winona State. And then I went to William Mitchell Law School in St. Paul. And when that was over with, I was lucky enough to have a dad who was a lawyer here at Moorhead. So I came back home and joined the firm of Cahill, Gunna, Street, Grinnell, Jeffries, and Klinger, where we were I was there for 5 years, and then my dad and I left that firm and set up our own firm in 2001. And my brother Bart joined us, and so that's where I've been up until the time I was appointed to the judgeship. I have the 8.5 years of experience being a judge. It's a lot different being a judge than being on the other side of the bench, because there you're an advocate for one party or the other. As a judge, you can't be an advocate for anybody. You have to be fair and impartial and try to make the best decision that you can. Sometimes that's difficult. The law is rarely black or white, but there are a lot of shades of gray in between. And so you need somebody who has some experience of life, some common sense, good judgment, and I think I have that. I think that I have done a good job during the 8.5 years that I have been a judge. I've been active in the community as well and active in the Bar Association. As a lawyer, I was on the District Ethics Committee and I was chair of that committee for a couple of years before I was appointed the judge. I've been on several Minnesota Supreme Court case task forces and committees. For 6 years, I was on the Board of Governors of the Minnesota State Bar Association. So I've got a lot of experience in the world with the bar, the lawyers around the state, and just with the people in the community that I live in. Our district is the 7th Judicial District, and it consists of 10 counties running all the way from Moorhead down to St. Cloud. And that's a pretty big district to run in. But that's the way it's set up. And during my 29 years of civil practice, and that's what I was doing for my 29 years of practice before becoming a judge, I was involved strictly in civil litigation. I didn't do any criminal law work. As a civil litigant, I was fortunate enough to be able to try 75 jury cases to a conclusion, which is quite a lot for someone in civil litigation. Those in criminal litigation, which is Mr. Kohler's background, they tend to try a lot more cases because criminal trials are much more frequent and usually don't last quite as long as many civil trials do. So I have the breadth of experience to bring to the court of not only criminal law, which I've been doing a lot of since I went on the bench 8 years ago, but a very deep experience in civil litigation, which is something that many of our judges don't have. And I don't believe Mr. Kohler has much, if any, background in civil litigation either. Civil litigation can be much more complex than criminal. Criminal law, although it's important and serious and probably constitutes half of our caseload, is not so complex, but although it's very important. When we get into civil litigation involving injuries to people or property or contract disputes, it can be quite complex. And I frequently get calls from my fellow judges who don't have a civil litigation background asking me questions about how do I do this or how do I do that. And so I think that's extremely helpful and has been extremely helpful to me during my years on the bench. I think that I have done a good job as a judge, and that the job I've done merits re-election for another term. And now I have been criticized recently, as some of you may have heard, for some sentencing rulings that I made where I gave lighter sentences to a couple of people than what the guidelines call for. Now that's something that judges do all the time, and usually they don't get criticized for it, or not very much. But when you have a case where somebody is convicted of a minor crime that is really not a serious matter, sometimes it's just not fair to give them the heavy sentence that the crime typically would impose. And that's what happened in these two cases, and I continue to stand by the decisions that I made in those cases. I think what I did was right, it was fair, it was just, and so my time is up, so I have to stop. Thank you to the League very much for having us here today.
Thank you. Candidate Kohler.
Thank you, Jolene. Again, attorneys can't clear their throat in 5 minutes, so please bear with me. One of the things I do in addition to being a full-time attorney is I teach at the Tech College. And I use movies often to try to reiterate important points to my classes and those type of things. When I think about the judicial election in the 7th Judicial District, I think of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. They're racing across the deserts and they keep looking back, and the posse is always there. And they look back and say, who are those guys? How many times have you gone into the election booth and when you get confronted with the people that are running for judges, you say, who are those guys? Well, I want to thank the League, I want to thank the library for allowing us to have these forums. Hopefully when you go into the voter's booth, you'll be able to say, who is that guy? And you can answer that question. My name is Ken Kohler. I'm running for judge in the 7th Judicial District. I was born and raised on a farm in Redwood Falls. I live in Moorhead, graduate from the University of Minnesota Morris, Hamlin University School of Law. And by the way, we don't look anything like Paul Newman or Robert Redford, just to let you know that. I belong to the Minnesota, North Dakota, and federal bars. I am a representative for the Minnesota Bar Association in the 7th Judicial District. I've been a trial attorney for over 30 years. I've been county attorney for over 20 years. I was a defense attorney for just under 10 years. I have tried well over 100 jury trials, and I'm a veteran. I was a JAG officer with the Minnesota Army National Guard for over 10 years. My judicial philosophy: I believe and I can promote judicial efficiency by mandating scheduling orders as it relates to all civil cases and criminal cases. And I do have civil case experience. In fact, several ongoing cases to date. I believe that there's a backlog in Clay County, and I see that when you've got cases that are a year to 2 years old that are still languishing through the process, that you have justice delayed. I believe that justice delayed is justice denied, and I think my efforts can speed up the process, make it much more efficient. I think that I can treat staff, litigants, and attorneys with a high level of professionalism and respect. I pledge and will uphold the Constitution of the state of Minnesota and the United States. I teach law, and I teach the Constitution on a regular basis. I believe strongly in that document. As old as it is still important to protect the individual rights of citizens. I believe that I can be fair and impartial, not be influenced by party, by wealth, by economic situations. I believe that I can be prepared for trials. With the experience that I have and that I can bring to this office, my knowledge, I'm not going to have to go research because frankly, I've worn all the hats as it relates to the judicial team that's present. I believe that I can promote judicial accountability as well as judicial neutrality. I believe that I can be that person. I'm not there to make new law. I'm not there to deviate from guidelines that are set down, laws that are already established. I'm there to enforce the law for those people in the 7th Judicial District. Now I have a commitment in this case. Our legal system is a team effort. administrative staff, prosecutors, defense attorneys, law enforcement personnel, probationary staff, social service providers, but there's one person that leads the orchestra, and that's the judge. The judge is there to make sure that the team rules the roost. They're there to make sure that the system runs efficiently, fairly, and that it establishes a great amount of public confidence. I think that confidence is waning right now in Clay County. I think I can fix that problem. I think I can be there. I can bring back justice, efficiency, and public confidence back into our district. When I do juries, I always sit down at the very end and talk to a jury about justice. And as I was preparing for this presentation, folks, I thought about the very same thing. I use a quote, and I tell jurors that for justice to fail, good men and women need do nothing. And I thought about it, that same quote affects the same system that you are now going into, the electorate. For justice to fail, good men and women need do nothing. I'm not here to do nothing, folks. I'm here to see that the system work well, that justice has prevailed, and that the public confidence be restored in our district. And I hope you are as well. I ask you for your support. I ask you for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking both candidates for the 7th Judicial District. In closing, I'd like to thank the Moorhead Library for hosting the forum today, MCAM for recording. The footage will be available on the League of Women Voters website, the Voter Service Committee for their work in preparing and hosting the forum today, and finally to the audience for coming out and asking your questions. Thank you and have a good Saturday.